All right, let's do our quick audio check, guys. Just a quick audio check. How y'all doing this afternoon? I hope you can hear me. We're about to get into this thing, you guys. I think this later start kind of works for me. I think this later start kind of works for me, guys. So I don't know how it works for you, but it definitely may work for your girl. We're gonna get into a couple things just before we get started here. I'm just works for you, but it definitely may work for you. Just making sure that I'm recording because I have learned to check myself on several videos. All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Y'all forgive me for forgetting that music. It is day 113 of the YSL trial. And I wanted to do just kind of like a quick recap, just some bombshells that we got out of the interview on yesterday. That Atlanta dialect, the audio, and just the fatigue of watching the trial all day could have caused us to miss some points. So I wanted to give just a little bit of update. So in that interview, towards the end of the interview, when Woody was in that room, Woody said when he was talking to the investigator, and Woody said, well, I'm gonna stop using the term Woody. I'm gonna use government names. So Kenneth Copeland said, thank you for that. Kenneth Copeland said they had something to do with it. And then the detective says, who is they? And he says, all of them. The detective says, who is all of that? He said, Thug and them, Jeffrey Williams and them. Further on in the interview, he went on to say, so you want to know who know everything? And then he said, his sister Shannon. I'm sorry, that may not be her name. His sister. Her name is, he just said her sister and gave her name. And so I remember the prosecution asking when he said something about, I don't recall. She mentioned the sister. The other thing is, this is several days of them bringing him in, several days of them bringing him in. He also says something like, they called me in when Nut first got killed, and I told him I ain't had nothing to do with it, and I told him I didn't know anything, but they kept bringing him in. So in that interview, the ATF agent also comes in, which brings in the piece about the weapons charge and how much time he can get for that. And so the one of the big questions that is asked of everyone, who do you believe? Do you believe 2015 Kenneth Copeland in those interviews, or do you believe Kenneth Copeland on the stand? That's the question for the jury in his testimony. There are several more to go to this case, but that is his testimony. So we also, hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. I am just giving a quick recap before we get started. In the interview on yesterday, Kenneth Copeland gave Jeffrey Williams, quote unquote, thug. I'm going to be using their government names going forward, and I'll explain it in another time. But he said that they did it. Hey, Amy, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome. I thought that this information would benefit. So just a quick thing, and we're going to jump into the live. So in that, he said he had to know something. All of this stuff is happening. He had to know something. And then he went on to say, after more, questioning, pressuring, whatever terminology you want to use, that it was Thug in them. And no, he said it was them. And then she said, who is them? Who is they? And he said, Thug in them. And then he also said, you want to know who knows everything? His sister. And so the biggest question is, who do you believe? Do you believe 2015 Woody, or do you believe the Woody that's on the stand? What do you think the jury is going to think about it? One of the things that he also said was, they brought me down here about this murder when it first happened, and I told them I didn't have nothing to do with it. So there's a lot of inconsistencies and back and forth even in that interview. And the last piece of yesterday's interview that I thought that I could pull out to kind of help us catch up or kind of stay on track is the ATF agent joined that interview. She was a more softer woman that joined that interview. And so she was the one holding the carrot about the gun, the weapon charges from him having possession, and what could potentially be given to him. I mean, they was talking hundreds and hundreds of months that could have equaled life, sounds like to me. But more importantly, the next question is, has with Kenneth Copeland saying on the stand that he and his friend Threat had, they participated in the barbershop bang bang of it all, right? And y'all, I am doing my best to not use those nicknames because I want to get away from the energy and all the things associated with it. It could potentially be a new day. I'm going to look at these men as their names and who they are supposed to represent. That will help me balance my energy. So I just wanted to give you guys that little disclaimer. Um, right. Right, right. And so she came in on the scene. Now, giving all of that and all we've seen, if I'm on the jury, I'm still inclined to believe the coercion, his motive, and some of the inconsistencies. But that is the question, because I'm doing my best to separate my emotional and try to keep my logic. This is a challenge for me, so I'm gonna stick through this and enjoy this ride. So, right, Amy, and so the other question is, with him testifying on the stand about his involvement with Threat and the bang bang of it all with that barbershop, and also the piece of where that the bang bang that they wanted so desperately, um where he hid it, which was in the neighbor's home. Okay, I very seriously doubt that it's still there, but I went to look up the statute of limitations for federal prosecution, because I remember mentioning when they talked about the immunity of it all in state versus federal, and that he didn't even need that immunity because the statutes had limitations had went out. That kept playing in my head because I'm concerned about him. And I remember the statute of limitations went out, had ran out, which was, there was no need for the immunity, but that immunity was given to stop the plea of fifth, for his ability to plead the fifth. And I'm willing to argue that on record he had already pleaded the fifth because he was a sworn witness. He was already a sworn witness. He had counsel representation that they did not have there. Um, and the state knew that he was going to plead the fifth. And I want to say he tried to do it before they, like, on the stand, there is record and knowledge of it. And then all of the other pieces stopped. So I'm willing to argue that none of what he said could be used against him if there was a federal case. And if an attorney argues that point, then they may be able to get it all thrown out. That's me. I'm not an attorney, y'all. I am a layperson and I'm learning just as you guys are going, but I'm keeping us, I want you to know where I'm coming from. And this helps us open up the dialogue and discussion, and disagree with me if you like. I'm fine with that. So what I learned was the statute of limitations is 5 years. That includes drive-bys, that includes banging up buildings, that includes anything that has to do with a weapon charge. The statute of limitations is 5 years. I saw it, Google it for yourself. So to me, that one means we talking about 2015, 2014. To me, it doesn't matter if the feds show up in the room, as long as Woody can maintain where he is, and the true risk is perjury. That is my thing. I haven't gotten as far to see what the time looks like, but that's where I'm at with the guys. And I just wanted to share that with you. So we can kind of do our best to kind of follow things. So without further ado, welcome, 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 welcome. Please start at the beginning. You'll get a little bit of information and then fast forward to us, because I recapped a little bit of Woody's testimony on yesterday and where he implemented Thug. And then I just finished talking about the statute of limitations for federal crimes, which is a topic of discussion. So do yourself a benefit and go back to the beginning and then come forward with us, because we are getting into this case. I think this time frame will it definitely give me time to enter a little bit more relaxed, and get through the fast forward of it all. So thank you for being here, and we are going to get this thing going. All right, y'all, I'm still learning. So I just knew I was going to rock that and we would go right into it, but I got you. Here we go. Here we go. Amy, I'm so glad you're here, girl. Thank you for joining. All right, let's get us to when they come on in the room.
Did the post ever look like
it was posted on January?
Oh, they got an argument already, y'all. Let's get it. Tell me if the volume is okay.
All right, here we go. Morning.
Sounds like my guy's sharp. All right, I'm gonna mute the
All
mic
right,
and we'll receive the chat.
Mr. Shart, I got your motion limine. Is that something we don't anticipate that coming in today, right? You're just getting a jump on things, which I applaud.
Well, thank you. It may come up in my cross of Mr. Copeland.
Okay. And it hasn't already been admitted, right?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. And we discussed it a little bit before.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I tried to argue 403 about it, and Your Honor did not agree with me. And so I know it's coming in.
Right.
The issue is
that date.
We're assuming that date, and that date, it says that date on the printout,
which is not anything like what it looked in the original, right? That looks like it's just added on there. Let's find out.
I'd be speculating.
Okay. Ms. Hilton.
When I looked at Mr. Sharp's motion, I didn't see the January.
So there's the picture or the post is attached, and there's this kind of weird little thing floating over the post on the right border. Yeah.
If I could clarify, my issue is everyone's been telling me that was posted on January 10th, 2015. The state has been operating on the assumption that is a fact, and I don't.
It hasn't been established.
Yeah, I don't understand how this has been established as a fact.
We'll hear from Ms. Hilton. You want to just look at my copy? Okay.
We're double checking, but my understanding is Quindarius Zachary, I believe in his interview, says that he took this picture and that the picture was taken prior to January 10th. It may have been posted on January 10th.
That's not the issue, is when the picture was taken. The post has this date hovering on it.
Correct.
That's
So-
his issue.
Right, so as far as the January 10th, I think there's an explanation as to why the January 10th is there. So if it's to come out, there's an explanation for the January 10th.
Okay, so couple of different things.
Okay.
Did the post ever look like this rendition or do you have what you intend to submit? Let's start there.
Your Honor, at this time, we didn't intend to submit this picture into evidence, so
Okay, and what you intend to submit will have this little January 10th box hovering?
Your Honor, we don't even know if we're planning on introducing this picture, so that's why I think he's doing it precautionary, but this is not any. Excuse me,
Okay.
hold on.
Well, then I guess, Mr. Shart, you can use the post without the January 10th hovering over it. If you want to use it.
My cards face up on the table. It is, I may want to introduce it, but not if it's going to be otherwise inadmissible. And so
Okay.
I just don't, we've been proceeding like it's a fact that this is taken on January 10th. How do we know that?
So with or without the
Or I'm sorry, not taken, the posted.
posted, what's your basis for asserting that it is posted on January 10th?
I don't know when we've asserted that in trial. This is a picture that we served. It has the January 10th date on it. I don't believe I have ever communicated that we believe or disbelieve that this was taken on January 10th. I think our understanding, and I'm just confirming, is that we believe the picture itself was taken prior to the 10th, but it might have been posted.
I understand.
But whether or not it was on January 10th or how this date arises,
Okay, well, number one, you need to figure out why that January 10th is on there. And number two, if it wasn't posted on January 10th, what's the relevance?
we agree. And that's something that if we decided to enter, we would have determined that. I don't know if this is the picture that we were going to enter. So it's the voluminous amount of information. I don't know if this is a picture.
Right, because y'all haven't exactly organized your case yet. All right, Mr. Short, they don't know whether they're going to use it or not. And they don't seem to, it would not at this point be admissible, but I can't tell you if it might be admissible at some other point when they get their case organized.
And you're right, it's not about the case not being organized, it's about whether or not we were using this particular piece of evidence. Like there we have a multiple of social media.
Right, well,
pictures,
you
so-
don't know whether you're using it and you don't know whether it is relevant. So, because you don't know when it was posted or why you think January 10th is on there. So we just don't know. So,
Your Honor, in the previous motion, the state asserted it was posted a couple hours after the killing of Donovan Thomas. So if that is not the case and they cannot assert that, I would ask that this post be deemed inadmissible because it has no relevance and
I'm not going to deem it inadmissible because maybe at some point during their case, they'll come up with why they think that. Do you know what motion it was in? Maybe that'll help Ms. Hilton get to the source of.
it was argued in front of you.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. I'm trying to remember what brought it up.
Maybe it was Ms. Love. I don't know. Maybe you need to speak with co-counsel.
Yes, I'm trying to, I believe we were going through the proposed exhibits upcoming and I brought that up, but
Yeah, you brought it up. I don't think we have gone through much social media yet. So I think you brought it up and they said, but I don't remember who the they was over there at the time.
I don't believe it was me, Your Honor.
Okay, well, maybe check with Ms. Love. But I think it's going to be several hours, if even today, before there's any cross-examination anyway. So maybe we'll know the answer by the time we get to the cross-examination portion of the case. Also, that reminds me that with regard to cross-examination, I know, Mr. Steele, you had at one point suggested an interest in cross-examining Mr. Copeland as to everything that went on during the ex parte. And some of that is no longer relevant. So anything, I mean, if you want to cross about things that the state said to him or that he said to the state, that's fine. But we have, I think, both circumvented and the whole coercion issue, and he has now been properly and correctly advised by this court and had the advice and counsel of 3 different attorneys that I know of. So that should no longer be an issue. And so that should no longer be relevant. So I would not permit examination or testimony about that. All right.
Well, of course it's okay because you are the honorable court. But I will make an attorney proffer
Okay.
because if you'll accept it, otherwise I could do it with Mr. Copeland. But I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
Mr. Copeland on the 7th of June 2024 stated, and in my way I understand the law, he doesn't have a Fifth Amendment, but he refused to testify. And
Correct.
He used the Fifth Amendment as whatever, his statement. He made it clear to me as a reader of the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting that he was not going to testify. He said in court, outside the presence of the jury, that he was pressured. Please check the record with Ms. Winfrey. If he didn't use that word, he would use a similar word. He would never have testified except for that ex parte meeting where Judge Glanville pressured him, as well as Ms. Hilton. So I believe that it does go to his state of mind why he started to testify. Your honorable court correctly, in my understanding of law, told him what is his options and how long he's looking in custody, and told him, I believe, the decision's his. The legal decision, though, will trigger you to have to exercise your discretion and hold him in contempt. So I believe that the jury gets to determine that information. In addition to that, Judge Glanville was with us since January 4th of 2023. This jury is all selected from the very first panel. To me, he was biased in front of the jury. I understand that what you said, that, no statement, I appreciate what you said. No statement made by the former court disparaging of lawyers should be considered, or whatever the words were. But there's also going to be a jury instruction that nothing that the court says is intimated an opinion. And I disagree in this case with that instruction. I'm going to object to that instruction. And I need the jurors to understand that Judge Glanville, I will make it clear. I will make it clear. I will make it clear I am excluding this honorable court. But Judge Glanville pressured him. And I will argue to the jury that Judge Glanville was biased. And that is admissible because it all happened in front of the jury. And from just Judge Glanville's demeanor, and I'm not here to hurt Judge Glanville. In fact, I like Judge Glanville, but I don't know what happened in this case, but I like him before this case. But the way he conducted himself to people in this courtroom, I've never really seen a judge do. So I want to ask Mr. Copeland, it is very important to me to explain that he was taken against his desire into Judge Glanville's chambers, that he was with Judge Glanville, Miss Hilton, his lawyer. I'll make it all perfect. If I don't, you could admonish me and the state can correct me, but I'm not here to snowball anybody. But to say that I can exclude statements of Judge Glanville and, most importantly, the conscious or subconsciousness of this witness, because I believe, and I've not spoken with him, Your Honor. I've not spoken with his lawyer about it, but I believe that Mr. Copeland will truthfully say that he believed that Judge Glanville and the state of Georgia are one. And that comes out when Judge Glanville specifically says, and I don't remember the transcript page right now, but it's something to the effect of, we need your testimony. There's no we. Nobody needs anybody's testimony. If he didn't want to testify, I've had witnesses tell me, I'm not testifying. We subpoena them and come to court. They're held in contempt. There's nothing that the judge can do because the judge can't give immunity, so they can't compel the person to do it. So the person invokes their Fifth Amendment and they just leave. That is unfortunate, but that's a reality. There is no we. So with all that being said, I'm making an attorney proffer that if you prevent me from doing that, and Judge Glanville prevented me already, I'm just telling you, he prevented me from cross-examining Agent Racy. He's an FBI agent on misstatements made by the prosecution, knowing misstatements, knowing the prosecution, it was Ms. Hilton, knew that a gentleman who's the same last name as a court reporter entered an invalid coerced guilty plea. Judge Glanville stopped me again from getting into the truth of that matter. It's never been corrected. The point I'm trying to make to you is that all came out in front of the jury. So yes, I am going to intend to do, I will follow your rule, obviously, but I intend to cross-examine Mr. Copeland, not only what was said by Ms. Hilton, but what was said by Judge Glanville. I will be respectful. I'm not here to, throw some odd names about Judge Glanville. I will just be very specific. And then if he doesn't answer my questions, I'm stuck with his answer of, I don't recall, or whatever has been going on in this courtroom. But I don't believe that you should limit the cross-examination. I didn't do that. All that to me, that was very hurtful to me. And I don't mean hurtful. I mean, it was offensive to our law. That's how I took that. And I know what you said about it. I know what Judge Krause said about it. I look at it totally differently. I've never had a judge do that. I've done a lot of appeals. I know you've done a lot. I've never read a judge doing that. I've never seen a prosecutor do that. So I think that the jurors are entitled to know, and I think Mr. Williams, because he's the one who, God forbid, gets sentenced if I lose, I think they are entitled to know what caused Mr. Copeland from the 7th to be locked up. The jurors saw that. They saw that. He was testifying. He answered maybe 3 questions, maybe 5. He said, I'm not testifying. He invoked his 5th. The jurors were sent out and he was gone. Jurors come out and they're dismissed. He's just not there. We're on a long delay. I think that it is not irrelevant to this matter. I think it is more than relevant. I think it's probative. And this is the actual treatment by the former court and the current district attorneys of this case.
Okay, I understand your argument, and I am not making my ruling in any sort of an effort to protect Judge Glanville. I do not believe it is relevant to the issues for this jury to determine. With regard to whether Mr. Copeland's testimony between the 7th and the 10th was, I'm sorry, between the 10th and the 12th, was impacted by the ex parte on the 10th. I asked everybody, do we want to do the entirety of Mr. Copeland's testimony over? And everybody said, no, we want what got testified to between the 7th and the 12th at 3 p.m. So y'all had the opportunity to have it all done over and you chose not to do that. You can ask him about the immunity and whether he'd be testifying without being ordered to. That's fine. But beyond that, the ins and outs of what happened in the ex parte with regard to whether there was a biased judge or not are, in this court's legal opinion, not relevant to these issues. And honestly, even the "we need your testimony," Judge Glanville had made a determination that Mr. Copeland's testimony and compelling that testimony by an immunity grant was in the public's interest. And so the "we" there is Judge Glanville, or can very easily be understood to be Judge Glanville saying "we, the public," and not "we, me, and the state." So I appreciate your proffer, but my ruling stands.
Can I just add to that then?
Sure.
So it's in the eyes, the mind, and the ears of Mr. Copeland, not a reader who can say, well, that's the public. In addition, Judge Glanville said to Mr. Copeland on cross-examination, you are going to get tremendous cross-examination, and they know you better than we do. So they know what you did. The they, I would ask Mr. Copeland, is referring to Mr. Williams, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Huey. And that presumes guilt, because Mr. Williams does not know the reality that Mr. Copeland has done all this other things, like pull a gun on Mr. Watts that he admitted today, shot into a barber shop that he admitted to on the stand. These are outrageous conducts. For Judge Glanville to make that statement, yes, the jurors should hear about it and the effect of Mr. Copeland. And you are respectfully taking away the opportunity that we are all given. Judge Glanville did this to a witness that's currently testifying. And if you don't realize this, because this is, I think your first witness. This is a big witness. He has been spoken about the entire case. I opened on him. I said that Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. To remove this, I believe, is going to be under the analysis of, has to be harmless beyond a reasonable doubt, because it's a constitutional violation. So I'd ask you to listen to the remainder of the June 10th, 2015 statement, because he's going to talk about, he already has, and if you can't understand it, the transcript seems to be, in my opinion, fairly accurate, where he talks about Mr. Williams. And if he didn't testify, none of this comes in. I think the jury gets to know that and why he testified. And it was because Judge Glanville held hands with Ms. Unlove and Ms. Hilton, and they coerced this man to testify, pressured this man to testify, whatever his word would be. So I ask you to just, I understand your ruling. I'm going to follow your ruling. I hope I made a good attorney proffer on cross, but those are the topics I would go in. I would not go into, and he also was, by the way, I have, based upon information, belief, he wasn't fed and did not drink from Friday when he was held in custody until Monday when he's in that star chamber. So I think that goes to his frame of mind as well. So, and when I say he, I'm talking about Mr. Copeland. And he was put into a jail in DeKalb County where the system was down, at least that's what he was told. He couldn't contact a family member. So I think that all that adding up to make his determination that, yes, I think that it's a corrupt system and the judge and the DA were going to hold me for not only this trial, but who knows how long 26 people can dispose of their case.
All right. Well, that part we definitely dealt with. If he was not given, or you have a reason to believe he was not given food or drink between Friday and Monday, that's something that certainly should have been raised in the coercion motions that several of you filed, because that might have impacted between the 10th and the 12th. But again, you all decided you wanted the testimony between the 10th and the 12th. And that was a strategic decision on your part, because you believed that there were beneficial things that he said during that testimony. I think that advice that these defendants, through their attorneys, would vigorously cross-examine Mr. Copeland is correct and accurate advice, and that these defendants know him better than the state's attorneys know him or anybody else is not inaccurate as well. If you would like to, understanding the parameters of my ruling, provide some questions that you believe should appropriately be asked, I'm happy to consider those. And it may be that there are, I mean, you can absolutely, again, ask him about the immunity grant and the, you know, even right now, whether he is only doing this because it's avoiding jail for him. That's fine. You could explore that completely. All right.
You know, you say it to Mr. Short all the time, and I always tell him, don't say okay, because it seems like you're
Well,
waving it. So no, it's not.
By which I mean, all right, do you understand? Not all right, do you accept my ruling? Because I know you will abide by it, but you
Yes.
do not agree with the correctness of it.
Yes. And then the last thing I'd like to say, if I may.
Yeah.
When this honorable court said I didn't take up the opportunity to strike the entire testimony from the June 10th to the 12th, that's the law. The law is until that motion is filed of recusal. So I'm following the law, and there were beneficial points. I mean, you just read the transcript where he testified under pressure or not, but that is in the case. So I believe that I have a right to ask him about, you know, those days before you took over, before you gave him the proper admonitions and the correct law. So that's
Okay.
all.
Thank you. So that the record is clear, I am suggesting that obviously the law with regard to the timing once a recusal motion has been granted, what you have to undo. Yes. What I'm saying is if you believed that there was coercion starting at some point earlier than that, based on a lack of food and drink or any kind of treatment like that, then that could have been brought up. And y'all chose not to bring that up or not to make that argument. And you all could have agreed to redo the entirety of the testimony, or you could have asked to redo the entirety of the testimony on the basis of it having been coerced, and I would have considered that.
Well, at the time, I was following the court's order, which I didn't think I even needed an order, but that I could cross-examine Mr. Copeland on everything that happened on the ex parte meeting. And that's when I made my ruling, or not ruling, sorry. That's when I said, I don't want it out. In addition to that, I didn't want it out because I want to cross-examine him on why he did it. It's part, why he testified from the 10th to the 12th. That's part of the case. And I think that it goes to the jurors. The jurors are entitled to know who the prosecutors are and who the judge was. And it goes to their bias, their interest in the case, and their motivation on how they are prosecuting this case. So,
okay, I don't think that any order that I issued led you to believe that you would be able to, well, it may have led you to believe, but I don't think it should have reasonably led you to believe that you would be able to explore anything about what Judge Glanville said or did during that ex parte.
I think that it was clear to me, whether you said it or not, the way I understand the rules, that that's a part of this case, that's a part of this witness, and that it comes out on cross or direct examination. The prosecutors can sit here and say now, maybe they're going to do it. I have no reason to believe that they are or not. But Mr. Copeland, we had a misunderstanding on June 10th, and we had a meeting with the judge, and your lawyer was there the whole time. They could do all that as well. But I don't see handcuffing Mr. Williams' lawyer on cross-examination when it is a reality case. Just like if Mr. Copeland went out and spoke on a jail call and made statements about things. That's his state of mind at the time. It may be relevant. I think it's relevant here.
All right,
I think it's relevant that Judge Glanville did this and Miss Hilton did this.
You can ask about anything Miss Hilton did.
No, I understand you did not limit that, but you're limiting the way I heard you today. I have to almost excise Judge Glanville, and that's what I'm objecting.
All right. Yes, sir.
Just so I'm clear, with what the court just ruled, we can ask about things that Ms. Hilton said to Mr. Copeland during that ex parte meeting. We just can't label an ex parte. This is what I'm concerned with. There's a lot of confusion and I think misunderstanding of this immunity. I understand the order that was granting him use and derivative use immunity. However, Ms. Hilton articulated to Mr. Copeland in chambers much more than that. For instance, my understanding of law, and Your Honor, I know that you've dealt with these issues more than me. The statute of limitations is not what we normally think it to be. It's not from the date of the offense. It's told if there's no evidence of who committed the offense.
Mhm.
That's one, the perpetrator has to be known. So Ms. Hilton said, for instance, we'll use the barbershop shooting. Ms. Hilton said, oh, all this stuff is older than 4 years, so you can never be prosecuted. That he could be prosecuted
Yeah,
for the
that's true.
barbershop shooting.
But here's the
They would just
thing,
have to put a tolling provision.
is that's not relevant either, because it is not the fact that the statute of limitations may or may not have run that prevents the state from prosecuting him for something he wants to get on the stand and confess to. It is the grant of immunity that prevents that. So regardless of the correctness or incorrectness of statute of limitations comments, they cannot use anything he gets on the stand and confesses to because they granted him immunity, or the court has granted him immunity.
But in my mind, here's the difference. The state has made a deal with the, quote unquote, I'm not calling the man the devil, but that's the saying. And there's a difference between them saying, oh, we're giving you use and derivative use immunity versus them saying, we will absolutely not prosecute you. They have basically, I don't know if they checked with Rich Homie Kwan's father, but they've basically given this man carte blanche to never be prosecuted for anything he says. And if I was representing Kenneth Copeland later on and they indicted him for something like this, I would say, y'all must be crazy. Y'all got in the back room and told this man, you guys are never prosecuting him. So they've done more than giving him use immunity. They've given him blanket immunity for everything. And that, to me, is fertile ground for impeachment and cross-examination. And I think the jury needs to know they want Jeffrey Williams, they want Shannon Stillwell, they want these people so bad that they gave Mr. Copeland just full reign to run around Atlanta, do all these things. And as long as you get up on the stand, we're never going to prosecute you. And I think that's relevant.
Okay, well, they didn't give him full reign to go do things he hasn't done yet. So, I mean, let's not get too far afield with this.
Well,
You may explore any kind of interest he might have in testifying in a way that might be beneficial to the state, although I don't think that's happened anyway. Because you could explore bias. You're entitled to do that. But we're not getting, this is not a trial about how the state handled Mr. Copeland or how Judge Glanville handled Mr. Copeland. This is a trial about whether these defendants, whether the state can prove that these defendants committed the acts that they allege them to have committed. And if you want, again, you also, all of you all are welcome. If you want to give me a list of questions that, or that you believe should be able to be asked, I can look at them.
very well, Your Honor.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr.
I just want to raise something
Sure.
while you hopefully reconsider. And this was mostly, the prosecutors. I think Mr. Atkins, I was going to exclude him, but I think he did it too. They asked witnesses, to my knowledge, without any basis, well, you're testifying this way, but have you ever had to testify before in front of Mr. Williams? When you were giving your statements, was Mr. Williams present? And then they did it with everybody. Was Mr. Huey present?
Right.
I've objected every time. And it's totally, that's a crime of witness intimidation. without any evidence. It's just, and they say, no, I haven't testified at all, but I don't remember, or I told you something wrong, or I didn't say that to you. I want to do now and show what the state is doing to witnesses. And I'm telling you, Your Honor, when Mr. Zachary comes, and I brought this up earlier in a pretrial meeting, my understanding is that Ms. Love had him served, he being Mr. Zachary, served with a subpoena.
Okay.
It's a trial subpoena from what I was told. Ricky Richardson was his lawyer at that time. Ms. Love ordered Mr. Zachary the day before to drive from Augusta, Georgia, miss his job, to her office because she said, if he doesn't come, Judge Glanville will lock him up. There was no trial going on. This was in 2023. We were doing jury selection. I heard about that, so I raised it to Judge Glanville. This is abuse of power. You don't order somebody to come to your office with the hammer of the judge going to lock you up. Judge Glanville said, put on your evidence. He gave me an opportunity. Everybody said they didn't want to testify, so I didn't call anybody. Ricky Richards, I didn't call anybody, so I forfeited the motion. But my point is to say that, somehow there's witness intimidation from Mr. Williams et al. I want to show what's really going on, and that ex parte meeting helps illustrate it. I will also ask Mr. Zachary, because I'm confident he'll know. It was not attorney-client privilege because it didn't just come from Mr. Richardson. He told me, you can also speak with Mr. Zachary with Mr. Richardson, and he'll tell you the same. That's all we spoke about, coming to court. And he did come to the courthouse. I'm told that his father met him there too. This could be wrong because I'm not there. And then his father said, the law, there's no trial going on, my son's leaving. So that's what, there was no conversation.
Okay.
But my point is, this is not an isolated incident, and I'd like you to just allow the truth to flow. I'm not going to hurt Judge Glanville. I'm just going to state what was said. That's it. And it's really the impact, like you said, on Mr. Copeland.
All right. Thank you. Sure. Do you want to wait and see what Mr. Weinstein has to say first?
Okay. Briefly, Your Honor. The discussion this morning came up about Mr. Copeland being deprived of food and water at Rice Street, as well as conditions, other issues that happened at Rice Street between June 7th and June 10th. And I believe the court said, I may have misunderstood you, that several attorneys filed motions regarding the coercion in the chambers. Perhaps this is something that we should have brought up. I was completely unaware that that happened.
Well, it's not, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not sure it did happen. He has some reason he thinks it may have happened.
Okay.
He Mr. Steele, but okay.
So I did not learn of this possibly happening then, let's put it that way, until I saw Mr. Copeland on social media this week. So this isn't something that I could have brought up regarding Judge Glanville and the coercion that took place. So if we do get further facts of that, I would like to bring that up with the court again, because it sounds like that could have influenced your decision on the coercion. Perhaps not, but I would like to bring it up in the future.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Engelberger.
Yes, Judge. I'm a little late to the party, obviously. When we're talking about privileged communications, I understand there may have been a hearing about what was said to or discussed between him and his other lawyer, but as it relates to any communications between my client and I as of August 12th August 13th of 2024, obviously I would assume this court understands those would be off the table in cross-examination.
All right. As far as I know, there haven't been any hearings about anything that was communicated just between Mr. Copeland and either Ms. Bumpus or Mr. Melnick. There was a hearing about things that might have been said with Ms. Hilton present with Mr. Copeland and Ms. Bumpus.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly. I understand privilege. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
There's two very quick things that I just wanted to address. One, and normally I'd ask that the camera be turned off for this, but I think I was wrong yesterday about the statement about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. I don't believe that came up yesterday in the statement. So, and I've looked at the rest of the statement. I don't believe that topic comes up. So I know Your Honor asked me to send an email, and I'm just reporting back to the court on that.
All right.
And also, I just have a question in the state's transcript with the redactions. There's some that are in red, some they're in different colors. And I'm just asking, as we review along, what the significance of the different colors are so we can check to make sure
Okay.
everyone's on the same page in real time.
Yes, Your Honor. There's some that I put in different colors because I had a question about. Anything that's in yellow and red, we're going to exclude because that was something I had a question about, I think, based on things that have occurred in court. Those will be excluded.
Okay.
The only one that is in blue that I actually was going to bring up this morning, Your Honor, is page 202, line 14 through 20. We had previously discussed 14 to 20 when we first talked about redactions, I guess 2 weeks ago. This is the line in which Mr. Copeland says that he's aware that Shannon carries guns and carries it on him, and if you stop him,
Right.
he'll know that he has a gun. And I think at that point in time, Mr. Sharp brought up his objection based upon what we argued yesterday. And so the state wanted to know we were permitted to now play that part given what occurred yesterday, given your order or ruling yesterday.
Okay, so are you asking what is my ruling about that, or what are you asking?
Basically, we intend to play it, and we just want to make
Yeah.
sure that that's fine. Based upon your ruling yesterday, we intend to play that section, but that was one of the sections that we had a question on 2 weeks ago. We didn't address it yesterday.
Yeah, okay, all right, so that blue has been taken care of, and you do intend to play that
Yes, Your Honor.
based on my rule, okay.
Yes, and while we're on it, Your Honor, I did go back yesterday to see if there were any other portions that could be redacted to kind of move the video along.
That's wonderful.
And
Thank you.
I do have a few
Okay,
portion that the state intends to redact. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay.
One of those. So first is page 165, line 3 through page 167, line 16.
all right, and I guess give the defendants
So it's going to be 11.
a chance to look at that and see if that's something they want in, or if it's just nothing anybody needs.
And the top, sure. It is him saying that he needed to pay for the light bill, and that's why him and Deshaun were getting into issues. He talks about the fact that the stolen items that were found in his house were taken from individuals who went outside, who went to go do a jug, which went to go do a robbery. And so that's why those items were in the house. And then the detectives questioning him about the fact that he gave his mother-in-law's car to these individuals and he didn't know what they intended to do, so.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we're going to object to the redaction of that. I mean, that, and I understand why the state would want to redact it. I mean, that's prime example of Mr. Copeland being caught with stolen goods in his house, in his car, and pushing the blame on others, which
All
is
right.
exactly what he's doing
Okay,
here.
so they would want that in, I guess they would play it anyway, so do you want to leave it in?
I'm gonna leave it in.
Okay,
The next, Your Honor, is page 176, line 14 through page 181, line 3.
and what's the general topic of that?
He talks about a few things here. His second child's mother wanted child support, talked about some medical things with her that he paid for.
Anybody care if that stays up?
And it's really talking about that relationship he has with his second child's mother.
Okay. That fine to excise for everybody.
Where does it, redaction end?
176 line 14 through 181 line 176 line 14 through 181 line 3.
Your Honor, I think that those portions, I know we want to speed this up, but those portions, give the full picture of Mr. Copeland. It's more, I'm the victim. These women are taking advantage of me.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
She is indicating by nodding and scratching it off that she'll leave it in.
Next is page 193, line 1 through 194, line 21, which initially talks about Demekion being the reason that DB was killed, and then transitioning into when he gets bored at Deshaun's house, he'll leave, but that he hasn't been cheating on her, etc. 193 line 1 through 194 line 22.
Anybody want that in?
We agreed that that's
Okay.
pretty irrelevant.
Everybody's good with redacting that part.
And the last one that we have, Your Honor, is, sorry, the last one that we have, Your Honor, is page 208, line 1 through page 211, line 10.
And the general topic is,
They're telling him he should move. They're telling him maybe he should go to Miami, not go to Miami, but go somewhere like North Carolina or Kansas. That he should start afresh and anew. And then he goes back into talking about the robbery that he was, what occurred leading up to why he was arrested on June 10th.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Hill, I'm guessing this. I got to start. What's the end of this redaction?
Page 211, line 10. Okay.
you want that in?
Yes.
Okay, she'll leave,
Never
you
mind, I
leave
dropped
that
it.
in?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Can I take a quick comfort break? I know you're about to bring the jury in.
How about you go do that while we bring Mr. Copeland and the jury in, but not recess for that?
Your Honor, can I do it too? I'm sorry. Coffee.
Okay, never mind. Let's all take a break
Okay, thanks.
quickly, please. Ms. Hilton, you can proceed.
What do you say you got?
And Your Honor, we're resuming at 11:29:05.
Where did he say he got the stuff from? He never said. Here's what happened. I give him the key. You know what I mean? I look, bro. They put the gas in the truck, bro. You know what I mean? Bring it back. I bought the cutlet. When they bought the cutlet, they had out to the head. So I said left, so I still. I mean, I left her. When I hit left her, they were searching whatever they got. I mean, most of them dropping back off wherever they came from. I mean, when she dropped back off, I was in her sleep. There was last night. I want to see you on a video for one of these cars. I ain't breaking no code. That's not the question. No, that's it. Yes or no. I'm not going to see you on no video. You're going to see them breaking in no car. You're going to see them. You sure? Yeah. Okay. Because we found a police report. We found a police report on Foster Street, and these are victims. These two guys, IDs or whatever, was in the truck. And they laptop, and we got the sunglasses and 2 book bags from out they shine house. They shine house. This morning, the 2 book bags, they ain't in them. They book bag yours? No, they ain't done. This shit from these cars. You understand? They asked me this time. Yes. Man, it's true. Because you didn't say that they came in the house. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm not double talking or over talking you. I'm being real clear, precise with what I'm doing. So that's what I'm saying. I'm going to let you give a little bit, and then I'm going to shoot your story down. I ain't gonna lie, man. Everybody now. So, how can I believe you, Tam Bobby? Who? Tam Bobby. Tam Bobby what? Bobby who? I put a picture on them on my page. You know about, what? Black Box last name? About whatever his name is? And say who? Tam. They said it's Trevante. So once again, why is this stuff at the place where you registered? When they bring me the cousin, I still left her. I mean, when I still left her, I was like, shit, they act like they have it. I wasn't really sweating, because I really don't still left her. Cause when they brought it back, they were trying to show me like, damn, bro, we ain't getting it. You know what I'm saying? I was already tired, so I was like, all right. They sure had all her friends up, they funny shit. So she had all her friends up, but I ain't feel like dropping them up. So Muslim was dropping back up. This was yesterday? Or late last night into this morning? Yeah. Okay. So Muslim was dropping back up. I was in her seat. You know what I'm saying? That's not true. Yes, it is. Deshawn said she was asleep when you got in this morning. Late. I'm telling you what she told me. Deshawn was broke. I was mad because I'm just telling you what she told me. She said she didn't even hear you come in like she was asleep. Deshawn did not say that. What the fuck I got a lot of you for? Why the hell she laughed, bro, man? What are you for? She said she was asleep when you came in super late. But she made it seem like I got a big shit. She ain't making it seem like nothing. At the end of the day, she lied for you. Because she still got your black ass around and you fucking all her shit. You making her lie. Then you need to be focusing your energy on the motherfuckers on the street because she the one that's been down for you since all this bullshit been going on. Right. But you got you fucked up because you know that. You fucked up. Nobody else. This shit pressuring me, man. This shit is like the damn money, bro. What money? For the damn I did. That ain't my fault that you did that. No, I didn't break any car. I wasn't even with them. I just stayed in the car. But for what reason though? Because you knew they was going to do some stupid shit to get the money. I knew they was going to go. You knew they were going to do a drill. You ain't know what the exact drill was, but you know what the fucking drill is. You know they ain't going to church. I know I was get this. I just looked at it like shit. I ain't doing it. I ain't gonna get in trouble behind. Every time I just looked at it. But you can still said, look, the car that y'all mama name. You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, that's it, y'all mama name. She gonna tell the police, if y'all do anything, I did. And I'm letting y'all know I ain't going after nobody else. I told you just like that. Once again, this is just the first report we had. That we were able to find was based on the IDs that was left in the truck. So if some more shit come back involving that truck, you know we're gonna come back and have another conversation. And I'm telling y'all everything right now. Like I'm saying, once again, you're enabling people to fuck you in the long run. You're enabling them because somebody doing something nice for you and they shine, getting them a truck, doing the rental car, all that shit, and you giving it to these dudes. Which I don't believe you say you wasn't there, but I'm gonna go up there zone too. Everybody in Buckhead got cameras. Everybody everywhere got cameras. And I'm gonna review that video. And that's gonna be some more felonies on you.
Just like with the guns and double, we interviewed you in Turnfield. We told you.
I ain't saying like this.
We told you though. We said, listen, bro, we gonna go review this tape. You ain't did nothing. You good. If not, you gonna see us again.
I wanted to say I had it, but I just like, okay, you need to tell me right now where you live with these songs there, bro. No. You say no? I believe you for it. Until I got proof otherwise.
Well, you gotta start thinking about you and your bro. That's what you keep worrying about. Everybody that you name don't seem to give a fuck about the shoe.
Right, and give a
fuck about them.
They sound pressuring me like,
shit, I only want to give a fuck about you.
I just kept saying myself like, damn, man. I mean, this and that. I kept saying, I'm trying to stay out of jail. You know what I mean? Like when the police can't get out of here, you gotta say, they got it for their gun. But you didn't feel it was coming? You didn't feel that it was coming? Now look, I found out y'all had got the video. I mean, so you're like, who went up there directing them folks? Because that's what I'm going with folks. Every time that's about 3 months.
Bullshit.
Why folks they go to city hall and all that?
Why we get a call from the mayor though?
Because that's the city rec center. Everybody said that. They're going to cool me.
Well, somebody.
Well, somebody in your crew that's cool with you.
Put the word out.
Put the word out. Yeah, nah, listen. And I promise you. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen real good. If anything happens to anybody that works up there, it's coming to you. No, it's not. I'm telling you. I'm telling you it's coming to you. I'm telling you it's coming to you. Listen to me. So you better put the word out. That shit that not happen. I respect them people know. Them people know for a fact that I'm not going to come to nothing, nobody in there. I'm saying like, you better put the word out. You better put the word out. To who? To your crew. You keep on my crew. Listen to this. Whoever hang out, all they do niggas out there have with you. Well, shut it in. And they ain't with you. I mean, you sitting there by yourself. And guess what? Them niggas, man. I'm telling you, something happened to anybody work up there. We gonna come back for it.
It's in the name.
It's in the name. I'm not worried about that. It's in the book. I'm worried about. Who did it? They went to the mayor's office complaining that some boys.
That's the fact that we was coming up there. Somebody came up there like, y'all may not say nothing to the police.
Because I already saw a dude who was in the gym, who was in there talking to Jim. And so, describe this for you, and I'm gonna tell you that they know. No, describe. The next tree. He said that, yeah. Still ain't threatening him. He works with him. I'm not saying he threatened him, but he coming back and running his mouth about whatever, and other people have gone in there and said things to these people. And you may not have had nothing to do with it, but I'm telling you, if anything happens to anything, it's in the name of Kenneth Copeland. We coming back. No, it's not. Oh, John Boy is guilty because it's already been spoken on. No, Brianna said this no lie. Since they good started their gym, they told we couldn't come back this way. Listen to this though. Since they said that, guess what? I hadn't been hanging in cabin like that. You do. Get out of this club. I got somebody that I work with that's in Mechanicsville all the time, every day, right? What his name is? I'm not going to tell you that. I know his name, what is it called? Who? Hamburger. No, I'm not talking about police. Memorial Day weekend.
Nathan?
Don't matter. I know what you did, because I saw what you did. Memorial Day weekend. What was you holding in the picture? I take care of the hood because the hood take care of me. Oh, the weed? Yeah, and the lady. You passing out shit. You said, what did I do? Like I did something wrong? No. I said, that's nothing wrong. Distributing drugs? But I don't want you for that, because that's minor to me. I don't want you to think about it, so that lets you know that you ain't happy. Listen, but you're like, you're not the innocent business. I ain't trying to say this, and I ain't gonna say one thing I don't say guilty. I know, I can still wait. What I'm saying is, I ain't doing the type of stuff that, like, I'm trying to find myself. I mean, what you do? I'm not trying to say a drug, that shit ain't working, man. I'm trying to gamble. Won't you leave? You remember last time I said, won't you leave? I'm gonna say, you, Deshaun, your pretty baby, think you're there. Come on, man. You know what I thought about today? You know what I thought? I thought I'd get my check cut back off. I had John, she put up on me yesterday, she found out supposed to be my child support. I been paid. She told me I get this out here. I was like, yeah. She's like, I go down to the Social Security place to get proof of something, and I already have to pay child support. She supposed to came got me today and took me down there to get my check information so I could go have it. Why you gotta get a check? Why? Do you have an able working body? It's something. I did. You have a four-wheel, right? Oh, this is what I'm saying. Fuck yeah, you be willing to do all that. I can't work class to have in school. I understand that, but you're a very intelligent young man, kid. You process things, you think about things, and then you react. I will say that about you. You have an able working body. Okay? Get out of that mindset of depending on the chick. Depending on somebody else to take care of you and yours. No, this girl is this. Y'all don't understand what she's doing to me. She's trying to make it hard on me, like, to get you she's trying to get no, because I gave her the money. When I had money, I said, go get a bush. I paid for the whole thing. You know what she did? She said she gonna get it. When I gave her the money, she kept it. You know what I mean? That's her body, bro. I understand it, but you know what I told her? To give her this money. This ain't so right now. I'm not having no questions. I mean, that's not, but she. When you laid up with it, you had parts of it, you know. So therefore, you laid down. I didn't know. When you crossed that line, it was a touchdown. Okay, and you got to be a man and take responsibility for your actions. I want. Regardless. You know what? The baby was my sister and stuff, but. You talking about the baby with that child? No. That's my profession. That's your baby. Yes. But the other lady. No, the DNA said it is, but what I'm saying is, you didn't want that. The girl trying to throw it on me like she not. You know what I mean? She not trying to just. Yeah, me too. Yeah, you know what I mean? So. Because guess what, bro? They pressure me like. She gonna leave you with that shine and your baby that you wanted. Family this, family that. She's in me and she wants that. You don't even want to claim it. Claim you want it. Because I had my bush like that. She didn't give it back. I just felt like. So did she give you your money for your bush back? So claim it back? I ain't. This what I'm saying. I said I will. So listen to this. While she was pregnant, she needed that money to eat to feed that man. But what I didn't know they have food stamps. You know they do for the black people. But what I'm saying is, man. Oh no. You did not just say that. That ain't never that. Woody, you as a young, all this energy that y'all using to do all this other dumb stuff, you can use that in a right way to go try to live a normal, peaceful life. You remember the last time I said, why don't you leave go to the practice somewhere? What you tell me? I was raised in Atlanta, I'm died in Atlanta. That's your mindset. But, again, okay, put it with. So like that idea, bro. Have you heard anything in shadow? Not that we know of. Man, I keep saying that I know. Okay. A lot of stuff happens that they don't like from Canada, they don't really call the police. Why they don't? They don't. Because they have shit on their own. They already know they gonna retaliate, so it's almost like why call the police? That's why they probably looking at you like when people involved with them, there's other people shit that get shot up. Right. They call the police like, oh, sister live next door to me, or you know, whatever. And that's how we connect the dots. So this should show y'all that this shit ain't getting shot up here.
Correct.
Because this shit is getting shot
The
up.
neighbors calling it in.
They are physically called, but the neighbors called us like, hey, some car just rolled past and blah, 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 shot up this place, shot up that place.
When they shot up Lucy Mama house, you know what that is? That's like,
She's gonna raise this on here, you know what I'm saying?
exactly.
You got all this money.
It's white people stay right there. You think they gonna sit there and let I ain't gonna say y'all, but you think they gonna just sit back and let that happen?
I say, because y'all got the fucking gun. You can't say y'all, because you're crew. Listen,
What is? Damn, what
you're fucking crew. When I was going on, the only two people I had was Shannon and Dick. You know what I mean? It was a different, no, let me explain what it called. It was a different story. If you got the gun for Shannon, or you got the gun for Dick. You know what I mean? Listen. This got to do with Thug. Now, anything before, ain't with Thug, anything. Yeah, I'm not here. Now, I mean, I ain't shot at nobody, man, but, man, shit is something. Like I said, I mean, you know, say it, because when you start talking about what you do, you go, I know you don't want to, I mean, I had help, man, but it just, you so bro. What's your nickname for?
The one that got it. Say, man, I respect you. You understand? Because you stood overall, you stood tall through it all. Right? Like the last time. I felt, when you walked out of here, I thought, you seen New Jack City. When Nino came back on the back of the bike and they shut up, I thought when you walked out of here, I didn't want you to go. I'm telling them, like, man, they don't get out of that boy, man. And every time, you keep coming out unscathed, you ain't been shot. One time. We keep recovering drums of rounds where they just, and it's like God keeps giving you an opportunity, you got a cover on you, and you keep living the telling. And instead of you saying, Self, this shit is getting a little too real, I need to get on, you keep coming back for more.
You know what's going on?
What?
To truth be told, man, this was really good, man. This was really good.
Really?
Every time they got do something, I know my name come back on.
Right.
So you know what I do? I go ahead and leave. You know what I mean? I go with his son, and I tell him, I'm right here, you know what I mean? You see me, you see each other. Let's go somewhere. You know what I mean? Let's, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay.
Sometimes they might do the shit without me knowing and he'll tell me I just said. Because that's what Shannon used to tell me, Shannon used to talk to me. Shannon never think I tell him. You know what I'm saying? But since this shit happened, bro, just like, I feel like everybody gets me.
You should.
I feel like everybody. Sometimes I be riding with me and Kobe, and I get nervous. Like I had to get away because I know what I done did before. Like I don't told. You know what I'm saying? So once I heard this nigga Doug wanted me killed, I was like, this is scared the hell out of me, bro. I woke up and went to the graveyard and sat there for a long time and talk DB, play music. You know what I mean? Like, so I didn't even get that. I honestly didn't, bro. You want to kill me, bro? You know what I mean? I don't even ain't saying that because it wasn't my business. I wasn't there. I mean, all I know is what I heard. You know? But like, this was like, I don't think I ever did that. I gave my, I shot that kid. You know what I'm saying? It's the only thing I did. I didn't do that because of the world. I mean, then which incident? Huh? Which incident? I told you about that time.
Which one?
Okay? Yeah.
But what you gotta
It's the only time, this way. Me and Kel let it go. Kel was going to Thug. I'm in the club. And Kel was just like, what's up, Thug? I'm like, shit, you don't stay around there. I mean, this nigga can't, you know what I mean? He can't, I don't know what's up on me.
So they basically coming at you, not
not really because they can't touch the tub, but you the quote unquote closest thing to them.
This is what you don't understand.
And you know what? That's the right.
That's the part where you don't understand that. And then the biggest problem that you have of them all, us. You want to know why? Because you want to know what happened when y'all shoot up somebody's house? Guess what happened to me? Okay, I'm on my way in. I'm tired and woke up out of my sleep.
Young problem right now. Whatever he say, he does it.
This
How much you get paid? Nothing. There's no way. There's no fucking way. It's my mom graveyard. Why? Well, why are you doing it?
He that guy.
Guess who told me? Guess who told me what he getting paid next?
D.
No. Wait a minute, what?
He said Shannon. Shannon telling me. But why as it sounds, Shannon don't trust you. Why would I tell you anything?
Okay, put it this way. He ain't got to say anything. What does he got? Shannon got a truck. He gonna take you for $3,000 to get a truck ready. And he got $3,000 to take him. But I mean, the shit out here, man. I know Shannon. So like I got something to say. Now, Woody, come on, man. You right, I don't have to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you ain't got shit, Woody, but you come with this big ass bag of weed, all these bottles of leaves. I just take a picture with it. No, because we don't make it look good.
Who would let you hold their money if don't nobody, as you sell it,
And you
don't nobody look at it?
just, if you pay attention, I never had no money to flinch. I haven't been flinching. You know what I'm saying? I saw a video she played. Up on the hood. Of who? Up on the hood. I just played some hundreds. That's all that. My guy came in and showed me a shitload of shit. And I was just like, they gotta find something old, but no. It was from a word that we just from what I'm speaking about a word that we was last time I talked to him. What, 2 weeks? Yeah, this is
That's you in this corner, not in the corner.
these who you need to be feared right now.
You fear them more than you fear them.
Because right now, I just need help. If y'all can promise y'all to help me, I promise you, bro. I'm gonna sit right here and tell y'all everything I done heard, everything I done found, and everything. I can tell y'all stuff that y'all can go get. Understand?
Are you willing to do that?
I promise I do it right now to show y'all how I can y'all go bust everybody's back. I don't care. I just want y'all to
What do you want to do?
like this.
So now you ready to go. Now you gonna listen and go away.
I didn't have no listen. I can't eat, man. I can't.
If you stay, you are a dead man walk. Okay? Everybody ain't gonna miss. You can't trust nobody. You can't ride with nobody. You can't sleep.
I feel them. Won't tell why I feel them so much. Cause they know how to get me. You know what I'm saying?
You wanna know how they go? If you don't know how they can get you, Lindsay, they'll be the one to put one in your head.
Somebody told.
You wanna know why? Because you trust him. And it hurts your heart that you feel like he lied to you. You almost start crying. I said he was there.
Yeah, cause bro, I try to help D, bro. Like I tell D, bro. You don't tell me how I feel about it. You don't tell me how I feel about it. I live by freedom. I do whatever it takes to stay free. And I tell you that all the time. Money ain't shit, bro. Money ain't. That we have to come out paid now, man. I mean, okay, when I do this money, I get a gamble. It's my hustle. I gamble. I don't get the gamble. I mean, I win, I lose. But when you just out there and told me that he was in the cup and a lot of the shit he's doing, man.
It all makes
I just found out that these niggas gonna try to have me killed like 2 days ago.
So at this point, what do you want to do?
So I just was going around with no food. Cause I don't wanna run and I already know, man.
I know you don't want to run, little brother, but at the same time,
I haven't done it. I promise you, I feel showing everybody I love, man.
but your name is, did you know how she said?
Thug did it to me, man. Listen, man. Thug been doing it to me for the longest.
You don't know what she.
Set it up. Every time I got there for the probation violation, he had me go show some here. Boy, he come to the camera, what was it? I ain't have nothing to do with it. I ran my phone with it. I just want to enjoy life. I can't. Decided I get out again. Some other shit I got shot up. How the fuck is all these niggas shit getting shot up by getting up? Just like I said, the same night I got out of jail. You know what? D told me that story when D got dropped. You know, D told me she went to the club by herself. Multiple dropped out. I talked to you like, you feel what I'm saying? These niggas, they did, you know what I mean? Who do you go to the club with? He went to the club by himself, got dropped out. Like this what happened. Me, my brother, my baby mom, and D went to the hospital. Scotty's right. So my baby was sick. So me and my baby mom got out. So the D was on his hand. And he was weak. He was sleeping and everything. All right. Hey, go to the house right now. Don't go to the club. All right. D want to be her here. Fuck these niggas this now. I'm going. D went to the club. About 4 o'clock. My sister called. But they get jumped. D, but they beat time on. I said, who? She said, man, they got me. I said, damn, what the hell? I mean, D, who you with? They said, by yourself. Nobody else. So I'm like, man, D already did it up, man. They don't let me hurt. So I get on Twitter. D on Twitter like, yeah, fuck, nigga, I'm good. So I ain't nothing wrong with it. So I talked to him on the DM. Like, bro, you tripping, bro? What's up, too, bro? You trying to be seen or something, bro? This and that. So I guess he got mad. So I thought he was trying to say, Dad, I just look at him like a big brother. You know what I'm saying?
11:57:21. Resume at 11:50:21.
Man, I just need to man. Like, jail ain't gonna do it, man.
Honestly, you ain't gonna make it in jail. You can't go to jail nowhere in Georgia. Do you understand that?
But I did.
In jail, as soon as the word get out, you there.
But no, I'm not going to jail. She already said that I ain't gonna be no blind. I ain't.
No. I don't know if they'll put you in the dorm kid. Did you ever think about stuff like that?
So what? I understand we gonna live. It ain't starting nothing. Just because I had participated in none of this shit they doing.
This is what, the reason we tell you what we tell you is to try to show you a flag, like, hey, the time is now. So you put all this pressure on yourself. You're trying to carry all this weight.
I know what I mean? Because listen, I'm keep telling you I didn't participate in none of this. None of this. And y'all seem like this keep saying like
Nothing would, look at me, bro. Nothing.
I have participated in none of this.
You a fake.
Huh?
You a fake.
What you mean I'm saying?
You a good boy. You a good boy.
Hey, coming to this.
Since January, we talking 6 months. You mean to tell me these dudes have shot up your mama, your sister, they shot at you and your baby mama and your baby, and all this other jazz, and you ain't did nothing wrong.
I don't want to be. They did it. Guess what I said? Guess what I said?
What?
Okay, I ain't about to get hurt. Guess what
basically trying to redeem.
Yeah, like,
So you seen the movie Juice? You ain't never seen Juice? With Tupac? I can't even use this analogy, man.
but what I'm saying is, Shannon, Shannon get under me plenty of time because these niggas came, shot at us, I did something, and I never
Shannon ain't standing for it.
Huh?
Shannon ain't standing for it.
He not going for it.
Where's Shannon keep his gun out, man?
Shit, on him.
So if we stop him, he gonna have a gun out.
That man got done every day. He gonna run though.
We gonna run. Where else he be at? What kind of car new baby got?
What kind of movie?
Car new baby got?
I ain't seen Blue Baby. I didn't know that on Shannon could be in the white car, Nico car.
White car?
Blue Baby, one is the VW or something like that. Who car is it?
I asked about a new baby car.
Nico. I
Nico.
ain't seen New Baby. New Baby got that red car. Now you know they had red. They told they cut up. I don't know what kind of car she got. Let me ask you this: what kind of car you two drive? I'm doing a Grand Impala. A Grand Impala or a Malibu? It's an Impala. Impala? Who car is that? Who is this girl? What's her name? I don't know the girl, but I know the baby mama. I don't know her name. Whose car is that? Is registered to him or like? Once you got license, so it should be registered to him. Cause at first I thought it was Tree car, but Tree got her own car. They got the same kind of car.
She got her Impala too?
Yeah, great. I mean, I thought it was. He was like, I seen him like last week, and he said that. I was like, nigga, you still do talk to you, nigga. I seen her drive big car like. Nah, she got her own car.
Where the baby mama say?
Boulevard. I don't know if this is baby mama. I think that's what he still. He's on Boulevard coming. When he's in DD Collins. Like, y'all ain't into a Boulevard? Like, YSL got not into a Boulevard now. But they're into Boulevard. I don't know. I thought they were. No.
They gamble over there?
Yeah.
On Boulevard Play?
I'm on Boulevard on Saturday. I said on Boulevard Sunday too.
For what?
Shout down about this little side street right about the gas station.
Wabash.
Huh?
Wabash.
That's the name of it?
Where the park is?
Nah. They like what it like $112, but it's on the side street right there.
Boulevard Place. Where the gambling house is, where they sit on the porch?
Yeah, they was like about here.
No, he's talking about Boulevard Place.
Oh. So I told you I've been hanging with the crib, man. I've been extra wood gambling. I mean, I ain't no boy. I mean, if you was sitting in the car and if you seen Shannon somewhere, you seen me move out pay each other, I mean, know each other. You know what I'm saying? And I remember my baby mom got into it. I was like, damn, he act like he gonna trade on me too. I mean, what the fuck going on? So she kind of scared one day. And we argued. He just scared at me. I mean, I wasn't scared. I mean, so, but shit, man. I ain't getting that picture, man. That shit hurt, man. I mean, I texted you last night, cause it was on my pride wouldn't let me do it, but I just texted you like, damn, bro, you need kind of Shannon phone. Which one is Shannon phone? They say your phone? I don't have Shannon though. I just got Gino. What's the do? 608-353-9229. Then you know the crazy thing about it? That me and D still wear the same clothes. What you mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like I got share clothes. Yeah, like he never brothers do. I know, like his mom is hard on her. I mean, so they struggling. You know, sometimes, do you know you sleep in sometimes? Yeah, my brother. You did.
I'm trying to get a job or anything.
You know, you didn't come here, Terry Straight, and I had thereby take an order. I had no choice, so I just like, man, they probably gonna give me a job.
A lot of people.
My probation, I had talked probation, and they was like, they were gonna try to help me out in September. I mean, try to get me back on the right track. I really, because it's point now, man. I just lost, man. Now, Shit.
But you still saying you ain't leaving.
Huh?
You still keep saying you're not leaving. I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. You stay
Well,
here.
look, listen, you keep saying, I don't have them out the state.
So,
I mean, I'm not used. Okay, put it away. Miami is a nice city. I mean, I can go down there. If me, they son, and baby wants to go down there and stay, I just want to go down there like 2-3 days and come back. I mean, so I'm not. And I'm somewhere regular, like North Carolina.
Jesus.
Like, it ain't dead shit. Go to Tampa. Why you gotta go to Miami because of the winter? Go
You
somewhere.
like the beach. Let me say you like the beach.
Now, Orlando.
It's on the beach and stuff.
Oh,
But it's a beach. You said you felt
I just get homesick and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So,
But what's home to you is it's gonna be the death of you. Because everybody that you hang with, that's what you missing really. They're trying to kill you.
so really, at the end of the day, it's just you. It is. And I know you don't want to go that shop, but I'm telling you.
Go start.
I'm not gonna leave her behind. Like, we don't gotta do it so much. This right here. Go right there. You know what? I don't even supposed to be right here right now. I mean, because I ain't supposed to stay there that night. She put me out. You feel it? Yeah. And then when they bring the cup out, she leave. So when I woke up, shit, I just want to be on the door. Bring that body. I mean, all I got to see is the police. I was so scared. I was what they doing here. I mean, so, I don't know.
This is the plan I say. You, Kayshawn, and the baby go somewhere else. Start fresh. You don't know nobody. Try to live a regular life.
Oh, yeah, no, man. What's that?
But that's
Charlie, sitting that guy, it's just like, everything went. I mean,
because now you're the elephant in the room. Everywhere you go, that stain is on you. When you, let's say business, you get charged with all this, maybe 2, which I doubt, but 2 years. And they say you gotta go do your 2 and tell fair. What do you think gonna happen?
you tell him to go to prison for this? You can, if you're convicted.
You're a convicted felon, bro.
So what can I do to make the strange up? I don't know why. I do whatever, man. I don't want to tell me. I do whatever, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. I do whatever, man. I'm stud, man. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because last Thursday, Ms. Kim Dammers, the U.S. Attorney, like the head person for the federal services. And I basically broke down to her everything that we had as far as your case, all the retaliatory shootings, all this, all that, right? She said, you guys have great cases, but we need somebody with direct knowledge that can take down the main culprits. To us, I don't want to say you're not a main target because you are the target for them, but we want top guys that's calling shots. I know you heard the term, we want the big fish. And sometimes to get to the big fish, you got to dang the small fish in front of them. For them to come, for the fish to come. So, if that's something that you want to do, because our case is sealed with you. Like it's not, you know. Of course, we would like to, solve some of these retaliatory shootings and all that stuff. But as far as your faith, at this point, you could. And the only thing that may possibly help you is you helping yourself by speaking what you know. Right. But you know what? That's not sharing.
He on the same level as you.
Basically, I don't consider Shannon a big fish. Like you said, he a gopher. You understand? And that's the way he's less. In my opinion, he's less than what what your status is. Mine, what I need to do. I want to know what the fuck Thug doing. I want to know what the fuck goddamn where this money is from. If they got to get to Birdman, they will talk about damn Wayne Buzz. I know.
We start at 12:11:35.
When I come make like that, brother, trying to get. She trying to give me the phone, talk to me. I mean, he would talk to you. He wanted to talk to me. I was look, why you even? Cause, bro, it just, that nigga kill me. Like, I mean, I just knew he was trying to have me come around. I didn't even, you almost looked at it like a wrong thing. I might have been your ticket. I had cut. Yeah, I thought I was gonna get famous. I thought I was gonna get money, man. I didn't think this shit gonna go. Then Rocco tried to get me to hang with him. I don't know what the hell he even think, bro. I'm like, but ain't Rocco cool with Bloody J and ABG, some nigga boy? Who Rocco down with? Good, Rocco was gonna sign Bloody J, but Bloody J tried Rocco down third. Clay stopped third, you know, that's right. So Bloody J, pushed up on Rocco and then we're done. But Rocco then had police up there and stuff. You know, there was a deja vu. I know a lot, you know what I'm saying? But y'all just help me, man. I help you, but I don't know when you help us. I just don't want these niggas like. At first I was like, man, they gonna do it. I don't feel like it no more. So, when did this change? When I see my baby smiling, like. You can take it right there first, like you'll see how happy she get. That shit, they made me feel like
You got something to
I was
live
like,
for.
she was like, hey, I'm like, she almost talking.
That's the reason to live.
I mean, so like, when I heard he gonna kill me, man, I know a lot about the nigga. I know about the other people he had killed. You know what I'm saying? Like the nigga on gangster. I heard about him now, you know what I'm saying? I heard him kill my own mouth. You know what I'm saying? So when I heard my name come up in this shit.
You take it.
I know you're not saying. You know what I'm saying? You talk about Thug. No. You talk about gangsters. Got killed. The blood nigga who Blood J probably paid. Oh yeah, like it. Yeah. I heard about all this. You know what I mean?
Question is, what you gonna do about it though?
What you willing to do? I'm gonna help y'all to keep me safe.
Listen, you're gonna have to look at everything in the wind. This life and all this shit, cause it ain't no coming back.
So you gonna help me. You gonna help, but you can't be going back and forth.
It's either
But you ain't going back and forth.
It's either you with us or you with them.
I'm not with them. You saying that now because you're gonna kill them. I called this on the I called it plenty of times. It wasn't from an unknown number. I called their son from. You had a house.
What's the number?
It's 291. I can't remember the last four digits, but we got to save their son from on the OG. I have called. I called you plenty of times. You know what I mean? I called just let you know what the day spot was. If you call me and I'm not in there, they bring the stick out. You feel me? I knew they had guns in the night spot.
That's up on Smith Street.
Yep. I mean, this same day he pulled a gun out. I mean, he just like, y'all gotta move. We ain't going nowhere. Like, I already left. I thought he was calling from here. Yeah, okay. So, I mean, but if you like this, man, if you keep me alive, man, just out of jail, I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes.
How can you keep your alive if you're going back over there? We can't, I'm not posting up in mechanics either with you.
No, I had it come there with, I could say with, yeah. I'm telling you what I still say with, yeah. You know, you gotta shoot him. I didn't even hit him.
I gotta use restroom. I'm trying to hold it.
All right. Beth, come back with us. Anybody on the jury need to have a restroom break? I know we have just gotten here. Okay. Anybody out here? All right, we'll just wait.
It's not even like, guess what? So did you do? You just said, my favorite. You understand?
Okay.
I mean, hey, I told you I was going on. I didn't even try and kill, bro. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, I just like, it's like I said, man. Like, what is he following on? Yeah. What is he following to all this? They thought and try to get him to be with him. Be with him. So we trying to get out of now, trying to get them all. Mom, they trying to get Jill niggas to be with them. Yeah. They had it going when I was locked up. You know what I'm saying?
So he thinks you the dog.
Yeah. So the king of Atlanta. Yeah, I heard of the nigga G Prince. Mm-hmm. And Houston. Yeah. Doug said he gonna be the new young man around. He got a lot of people to go through though. Who's trying to do that? Yeah. Well, him. He not taking no shit. He not. He not taking. Doug not taking no shit from nobody. Well, this. Nobody else. Care about nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Doug take shit from nobody.
Well, how did the beef for game in here?
The game nigga there, shout out to Doug with Toe Shan Doug. Shan Doug like his mother was on that win.
Just give me the word.
Yep. And Doug told him no. Say turn on the GD, I can't Nilsson, Nilsson Hudson or something like that. He ended it beef. You know what I'm saying? He stopped. I mean, I ain't here to play. You know what I mean? I just don't want to go to jail. I mean, you got to sit down for a little bit. You're going to have to sit down for a little bit. Why jail though? Which one of those summer camp? Lego land or something? It ain't no other choice, because I told you last time I saw you. I said, you got to leave shit alone. I told you that at the dungeon when we drove you in my turn field, I said, at some point, you got to stop, and you not. You thinking in your mind, listen to the gun that you found right now wasn't bad, bro. You thinking in your mind because you was doing so much, and now you didn't calm down a little bit, that you ain't doing as much, but you still doing shit. You understand? You still did it. I haven't listened. I understand what you say. I've done so much. I calm down. Listen, I haven't. It's not mean like, guess what? I got it there. That gun that y'all got. That gun wasn't justice. Which gun? The one y'all got in the house there? That's you. That gun wasn't just like, I mean, you can come pick that gun up. You know what I'm saying? They get that gun back. But while you were in jail, you don't know what is happening with that gun. But what I'm saying is, I know who had it. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to take it up with them. Right. You know what I mean? I'm not, like I said, like right now, I'm not trying to go to jail for that. I mean, well, the thing that you're going to jail for is what you did. You have possession of that gun when you know you weren't supposed to. When did y'all find that in the house? In the kitchen. In the kitchen room. Right where you were. And we was in the room sleep. Where did you get taken into custody at? They told me call out. They do. I was there on the floor when they came. My baby mom got it. They had put. She opened the door. I like, let her know we got a baby here. I mean, so she said she told me she opened the door for them. I was laying on the floor, my hands up. I thought he was gonna come in and get me, like crawl out. I crawled out. I mean, I didn't have a gun. I didn't know there was a gun in their house. I promise you. Well, like I said, the one thing I know is investigating with that gun. I know. But Johnson, y'all be telling me, can y'all at least investigate before y'all charge me with it? We're not gonna do more stuff state that gun. But we gonna get to you going to jail for
This brown.
yeah, for the gun from the dump Boston. But we gonna go and like I said, work this auto case for Buckhead, where the laptops and shit was found at where y'all stay. You understand? You just said whatever about it, we gonna work all that out. And then the other issue with the gun at the house today, we gonna work through all that. And then like I said, you got this warrant from the city for traffic stuff, riding the damn four-wheeler. And then you got the issue, like you said, I didn't see that Henry County stuff you was talking about. That didn't pop up. But whatever you got going on with Henry County, and when we clear your name off the system, it automatically gets a call to your PO. So then you deal with that. But like I said, it's up to you on what you want to do. And I can't promise you anything to say, I'm gonna get you out of jail, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna help you, but you gotta give to get. You know how that works. I'm gonna give y'all everything y'all want right now. It don't work like that, like right now. But if you wanna tell me something, so that's on you. What can I tell y'all? So what matters not just to us, but to district attorneys and the U.S. attorney is bodies. That's what over everything. Fuck drugs. Like if that shit matters at the end of the day, what helps is bodies, because we don't want no murder. So I bet y'all with it. With what? With the bodies y'all have me with bodies. Yes. You got a lot going on right now, but that will 100% come from me, and I ain't got to say no lie. I'm gonna say, yeah, he told me this. That was the thought while I was just talking to the investigator and the nutcase. Like, you gotta help the bodies. We care about bodies and large amounts of guns. I'm not talking about this, oh, this guy keep a pistol. No, I want a whole bunch of guns or some bodies. But the ones with them, they guns illegal. It's possession. I mean, about how many guns you think in the studio? Shit, everybody got them. Everybody got them. Everybody. I mean, the people there are gonna be a gun for. I mean, see, what truck Doug was driving with? Nah, Doug in that I want that BMW, then nice car. Well, who be driving that blacked out Max Black with that with the four rails inside of it? It's still a truck, but see, he went to Canada the other day. He seen me riding real slow, but he was licking it. He said, But I went close up on the truck, so I said, man, but the last car they seen me was the little BMW. You know what I'm saying? But they stole a truck though. I mean, but what Pee Wee call it? Pee Wee. You know, you see how you know what I'm talking about? It's Chucky Russell. You know which car I'm talking about? The car that he sent shot to two. What car? So, do you think that Max will come in and say something? I feel like if y'all ain't got time, she's not gonna tell her brother. Right. She gonna tell everybody but her brother. So I feel like if y'all scare her up, I mean, but she is scared, because some chicks ain't really scary no more. Like, you know, she got a smart mouth, so she might not be, but Shannon, he felt Dora. He fears Dora. Why? He thinks she'll tell him. And Dora is the other one. Her name, she good dress Dora on Instagram. What is it? G-O. Good dress? Yeah. Dora? Yeah. That's her real name, Dora? I don't know her real name. Like, that's it. And Bobby White got them eyes on her, don't she? Like some weird. One of the big food. I'll tell you something. She got a small mouth. Like, I'll be around her a lot. She probably, because she took my phone when she got small me. I just like, I don't know if he's trying to do it for real, but I didn't know he think he's coming out for real. Like, you know what I mean? So Thug is basically trying to take over the city. He's trying. Or he got the city. Yeah. They play a third game. Yeah, they play a third game over there. So I'm not used to this kind of shit. So I don't know what's going on.
You lost to your friend.
Huh?
You lost to your friend.
No, they said we wasn't ready like how they ready. I mean, they hang together, they rub each other hard. Shoot up each other's spot, they going out and see each other now. So, but
Resuming at 12:43.
why are you still in the club? I wasn't in the club like that. I just went out there. That's for what? Remember we had to do, man. Like, I told you, I said, I ain't gonna argue with this shine all the time. And then I did do one thing, like, sure, I already got the club. I'm already at the house. You know what I mean? In fair lane, drive fast already. I ain't worried about nobody shooting me there like that, so.
Play PlayStation.
I did all that.
ATV game and play PlayStation. You like doing that bike stuff. And stay in the house.
I didn't stay in the house. I stayed in the house there with a whole thing to me and this son just get a heart. That's the only thing make my girl we get a heart. I can stay in the house. But for you to take care of your baby, you ain't necessarily got to be with her. Right? But I did, like I said, I just feel safer with her. Like, safe from what? She did. But you know she gonna be there. It's a comfort zone. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, I know she ain't gonna do nothing to hurt you. Like, she don't even know that stuff. So that's why you say you feel safe, because you know she gonna be there. I know she basically. That's understandable.
You know you're crazy.
She ain't realize that put my hands on her and like that. I don't be.
I ain't saying that. I'm saying she knows you about that action. So try me like that.
Cause the lady just out there telling me, you been doing you, so I'm gonna do me. And I just trying to prove to her, but I understand. I mean, I haven't been messing with nobody. Like, I mean, that's why I try to take care of them too much. How far apart as far as time is the new baby and you and Deshaun? My baby with Deshaun, your baby. Yeah, I got my baby with Deshaun though. She's premature, so she's supposed to be born like but the other girl baby born in March. So the other girl baby is older than new baby. I mean, so, but you were with Deshaun, like y'all was in a relationship. Yeah. She acted nice, but I had a little money then, so I paid the girl a lot, but she lied, Deshaun, for me everything, but when the girl had a baby, she just like, get it. I mean, I went and took the DNA test. I told Deshaun, like, man, shit, baby mine, bro, like, I mean, you gonna leave me with her. She got mad at her and everything, but I found a lot of gifts and shit now. When I knew she been found out, I just got them trying to make it better. Well, this is what we gonna do. Where do you want to be in Fulton County? Because I don't want you to be in regular doors. Man, they don't let your head, man. You're killing me, man.
Why? Because you was isolated?
I couldn't even hear. I just had shit in all this, but it's just bad. I'm happy.
Do you want to be a general population? We can put you in there with kids.
How long have you been there?
I don't know.
I don't know.
You want to get a month, so.
I gotta talk to the powers that be and see what kind of game play they want to come up if you really trying to help yourself. Can you? I promise, God, I have all the years up by the monitor, man. I go where he is. I can get, show you what the gun is. I always.
You gotta be patient, though. It don't work quite like that.
I understand just being in jail, like that TV shit.
What did you think was gonna happen?
I just thought you gonna write you a ticket and say, I come to court for guns. You know what
Thanks, Woody. Appreciate it.
Cause I told you then, you need to tell me that if you came in with this gun. Tell me about it. Listen, I wanted to, but I just kept thinking like, man. Damn, man, I missed up. That's how I could say I take out of jail. I wasn't dirty to have a gun, just didn't need call. Nothing. I was getting rid of it. You have to make it everything. If you don't give an explanation and leave it up to people to find out on their own what's going on.
What happened when you walked in the door at the gym?
I walked in the door, right? Put the bag down.
No, I mean step by step before you got to put the bag.
I walked in the gym.
What's up, boy?
Yeah, everybody.
Got that stick, boy.
I said now.
Who did you tell you had that gun?
Deshaun Russell. Why I need to come get their bag? I mean, yeah, well, outfit. I'm like, yeah, you know, I started laughing when I looked at it. I mean, but that's a real little brother? Yeah. Cool. But did you tell anybody else? Because I wasn't getting rid of it. I'm just, then, I was playing basketball. Like, damn, what the hell take any nigga so long? So I keep deep running in the gym and running high. Let's see. Yeah, I'm like, what the hell did nigga high for? I'm like, shit, you probably wasn't no dude come out there. I'm playing basketball. The police come in. I'm like, damn, they be for deep. You know what I mean? So, I'm still playing baseball. I see police keep looking at me. She just walk over there and just grab me, man. I'm like, what's going on? It's your bag. She's like, man, I just got to jail, but these brothers just came in like 5 minutes before him. Why they Sean brother, man? Who? Say Sean brother. Deanne? Yeah. Is it Deanne or just Deanne? Deanne. Same last name? Damn.
That's his real name, Deanne?
Yeah. So he can give us the story that somebody else is coming to get the egg on. Did you tell him that somebody was coming to pick my up? I never told him it was not in there. He thought it was closed. Yeah. So when he came in there, like, what the hell is it? It was looking bad. But the person was coming to get it. You stand right there, but they started coming to him. So if he was at pick bag up and left, you pick bag up and walk through the door, you gonna walk right to the police. You hear? That's just how fast it was. I just like, damn, look at him. They like, whose gun was? I told them they would take it. You hear? Because they just can't get it. They just keep running. The police that had me in cuffs, like, they just take it. You hear? But when they grabbed me, when I heard him, everybody just went.
You thought he was gonna claim it?
It's in his brother's name. But did you think he was gonna claim it right there and there? I should have said see. I should have. You said that nigga right there. I should have. I ain't gonna lie, man. But really, at that point, it really worked because it was kind of still yours. Had you got your money yet? Huh? Because they were gonna pay you. Right? I should have. Every time something happens, they call it good. Huh? Yeah. So every time something happens, somebody will call it good, send it to us. So like you go get the gun, again. So that's what I'm saying. If you came in and the only person you told was that you had to have said something to somebody else. No. You need to really think about it. Because I don't think Deshaun's brother would tell me. No, he ain't. Right.
Who you think told him?
We got a call. Yeah, that's what they told me. They're just up there coming. I'm about to shoot with thing, man. So from whoever called y'all, they just had to be somebody who didn't like me. For how they know that you got a gun in the back? Right.
You had to tell somebody. I got that.
I did. I wasn't keeping it. I got answer this. Do you think it's possible that you got set up? Because Lil D was about from Cleveland, he's still close with Tubbs. I'm giving the gun back to him.
That's not what she said.
That's not what but did it get back to him?
What she? You get what she said, honestly?
Yeah, I give it now.
What you think Lindy gonna say?
Man, they keep showing people hours, man.
That gun's gonna come back to something, bro. I'm willing to put money on it.
And we can verify from the time when you were in jail that you obviously couldn't shoot at nobody out. But I guarantee you that gun will come back to the scene.
It's like dominoes.
But when I had the gun was never involved in anything. Well, I'm telling you, you already stated on January 20th, on January 20th, when you got the gun, up until the first time you went to jail. So if something comes back between that point of January 20th when you got it, up until the first time you went to jail, you're going to eat that. Now, from the time you was in jail to when you got out,
You couldn't have done it.
You couldn't have done it because you were in jail. Now that second block, which is about a week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever, you was out. If something comes back within that block with that gun, you go eat it. The second time you go to jail, you got out. You know what I'm saying? So what happened? So okay, put it this way. Okay, call 50 Chubb. I got to work for us on Chubb. What happened when the gun come back on something that had when I was in jail, and y'all see that I was the one who did. We need to do a little further investigation. Who did you give possession of that gun to? Shannon had possession of it, but already Shannon had possession of it too deep. So both of them have to come in and say something.
It's like a domino.
That's just how it works. Really, the gun's not come back on there because they already did got the gun to sit.
So that's what they told you. But do you trust them at this point?
If they got a fucking stick and they in the middle of a war, they ain't gonna do nothing.
What do you think Cleveland Avenue Lil D said when he found out that gun came back to him? What? That ain't it.
I know that ain't him.
I know he the one that it's in his hand. So you got some explaining to do. All I know is that Lucy put how much down when his mama got shot?
20.
20. So he done got a little more popular since then, right? So that number might have went up a little bit, right? When the word get out that what?
The D got caught together.
What you think gonna happen?
Name?
We purposely had them put people out the courtroom because we didn't want certain shit. Just for preliminary hearing, because we didn't want certain shit. My time sitting there like this. Get fuck up out of this. He just put my foot out. But just the D Congress told Shannon he that the judge said they want their case number by the end of the day or some shit like that. Shannon them look at it. The D Congress told them all this. Those are the D telling me. So that's what I'm saying. Once they get out, that y'all, and I still say y'all, because y'all be y'all.
In the name of you.
Y'all put that to go to I'm gonna tell y'all something that y'all have heard, but since I be now, everybody know that I haven't been like around doing them, fuck with them, period. Y'all now, you know what he did? They was scared me though once, and they put my picture on their page. I made it like I was with him. To my back. So everybody comes like my family like, what the hell you doing with them? I don't know why you put that picture up. They would feel me out. He tried to make sure that we back. That's what you got. Yeah. Big time. And then he just like, he put a picture on Instagram like that. I haven't spoken to him, said nothing to him, nothing at all. Not one word, nothing. I walked in the club, I walked right past him, walked to the back. I haven't said.
But to the streets, everybody still feel like you crew with them.
I'm gonna tell you what.
People know.
Tell you what. Because if some of you niggas do F gaming, they been seeing me a lot. You know what I mean? They just come on the gas me up. Rest of them like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? They see me a lot. The ones they got like the older guys, they kind of like have money stuff like that. They know I ain't do it. They know I ain't got nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on. That's why when I be around, I don't need to be scared when I be around. You feel me? Like, see, all the difference it is, the ones tell you who locked up. His crew. That's the only difference. Them niggas.
The young ones.
The head gang. They crew.
The younger ones. The ones that ready to shoot.
They're the only ones they had a real problem.
Them kill shooters, ain't they?
I really want to say no, but they all, you know what I mean? That's how they got out with the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Right, that's the big home.
Yeah, so, but me and them we had problems with them before. Yeah, like.
What you want to have? What you want to have from this point forward, basically?
Since I told y'all about it, man, I gotta be real, man. Y'all gotta get to me, man. Y'all gotta lock them up, cuz. Who do you need? I gotta get started.
You the key.
So I'll help y'all, but y'all have to. Absolutely. Like if you give us something to go off on, then see, you think you know a big about it, I'm gonna do my job. I ain't got a problem with it. But you're gonna have to be honest and you're gonna have to say your role, how you know, like you just gonna have to put it all out there. Because half truth is still a lot of me. But I know I'll say this. I know a lot of people gonna have something to say about this stuff, but I know a lot of people been, and besides that, I know if I go to jail, I'll go to prison, man. Like you said, they gonna do me like they doing no, but I'm trying to avoid it. So the big jail, I ain't trying to send me in the jail where I was last time. For County, I ain't trying to send out in that holding tank by myself. Some crazy folks, man. They let me out. I don't sometimes don't let me out. I say, man.
You wanna go in the dorm? But if you go in the dorm, you're not safe.
I know they jump on the D in them. But
What they jump up for?
Kel him did.
Why?
The shit Kel one with a screwdriver. Say and restaurant just beat him up. And the decon said he's him. You feel like your life is angry in jail? I know it is. I know it is. Even in Henry County. In Henry County. They got folks down there. Them niggas know me down there. I mean, you all over Instagram and shit. I know, right? I try to fight like, man, I be stressed. I try to fight, I try to hide it, man. I can't do nothing. Right? I just went in and said all these. It ain't no use to start the hell with it, man. Like, cause guess what? I can tell you everything and can't nobody put me on no scene to nothing. I never done that to nobody. Can't nobody do that to me. I mean, man, I just know if I just keep going, I ain't no telling how long I can spend in Rush Street. Man, I really.
Eventually, you're gonna get possibly transferred over. She gonna come get you.
I just want to be in jail, man. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I do whatever. I go wild, like I said. I go around through it. Like when she says, I'm like, they're gonna talk to me. I mean, I know it ain't nothing for me to get back in with. You know what I'm saying? I find out what the truth did, who he did with. I find out and all that's great, but you know what? What bothers me? They done doing something to me. No, it ain't about them doing something to you. It's the fact you ain't gonna stay clean. Which means trying to understand. Let's say just hypothetically speaking. Now I'm gonna be real with you. The one thing I don't did all this. I mean, one snitch out with a snitch. I ain't no coming back. I done told y'all all these right here. I know I'm not surviving nowhere else. I mean, nowhere else like what? In jail. So, you think I be trying to be out here doing stuff? I mean, listen, when I get out, I'm going to certain places, putting pictures up because I was trying to prove that I don't know snitch. I mean, if they were thinking of me, they just like, I mean, they still acting normal and stuff like that. I don't even do stuff like that. I was being actually, I spend more time with my baby and the mama more than anybody. All the time not with them is when we get hurt. And guess what? When we get hurt, I just go hang with him. But I promise, from this day forward, man, I want to break no rules out ever again. I just need help. That's what it is. I just need my ID, and that's what I want you to understand is it's hard for me to put my neck out there to say that I'm out for a person 100% when opportunities have been given to you. Hold on, I'll let you speak. Opportunities have been given to you several times by me to just tell me what it is. If I find out later, I'm gonna look at you differently. You know what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and say that. I'm not saying I believe what you say, but just hypothetically speaking, we get to the point where, let's say the U.S. Attorney wants to wire you up, mic you up, or have you make some calls, or do whatever. I can't fully say that I would put my neck out there to save you because you've not told me the truth too many times. But have I lied to you? Not telling the truth and telling the half truth is a lie to me. Whereas other things kind of tradition though. You said the other way you was up on what you said you didn't ask me. And that's what you never asked me. You asked the other person the other stuff. Now that's not it. Now that's it. When I was because you didn't say that about the gun. You just talked to me about everything. You didn't say nothing about the gun. That was my purpose coming out there. You didn't say nothing about it though. You said
She would have asked you. If she didn't ask you, if she would have asked you, would have told you.
I know that.
You would have asked.
I would have put my head down, but what I'm saying is, I like out of everything. Like when you get me in whatever, I try to contact you. First time I pick a car, I look. The black you have, it's good, but I just was scared to ask you, could I be able to do this for me? I just felt like if I could just go y'all a direction instead of just telling y'all everything. Everybody back with me, bro. So I wasn't saying, I'm just like,
And give a little bit.
I just know you want to put me on the right track, but not drive me there. No. It's like, I was just going to direct you a little bit. Not just what Kyrie was going to come behind. You know what I mean? They ain't going to be any paper. I mean, they ain't going to be doing this, doing that. But now, I'm telling you now like that. But now, what I'm telling you now, yeah, I just said, I give you everything you need to know. I just wanna, I just like now I'm asking like just help. I mean, if you can help me, I ain't saying because I'm in trouble now, but I really need the help. Like I need it, and if you can help me, I promise you, I'm gonna sit right here right now and give you stuff. Like I'm telling you, I'm not just lying. If you want to check channel right now, I can tell you exactly how to do it. If you not, there's just anybody. I just want your help. It doesn't work that fast. Like you can't sit here and tell me something, I take your word and I go get warranty, but we share later. It don't work like that. You know that. I understand, but you know what I mean. I know I'm not gonna back out on it. If you help me, I'm not gonna back out on it. And that's my word. Everything I done told you, if you can help me, I'm not gonna back out. It's just saying that I just need help with it, and then that's all I need. I don't want to just be left out there by myself. Like, and I get and I understand that. And if you willing to not only help me, but will help yourself, but help me in this process, I'm gonna help you get it done. I can put you in places with people that can make it happen, but you gotta be 100% true. I promise I will. I ain't no, like, listen to me. Half truth is a lie. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. Half truth is a lie. I'm gonna tell the whole thing. And if I slave and put my neck out there because you saying you're gonna tell the truth and you don't tell the whole truth and the half truth, all that shit, then I'm feeling like an idiot.
And in due time, it's coming out.
It's gonna always come out. This was a month and a half ago with this gun shit. But we take our time. I know the work case. I know you're not. I know. I just felt like, okay, I can't tell y'all this. Then y'all don't need to go and go right back out there. You know what I mean? So I just kept looking at like, but it's been plenty times I be wanting to ask y'all like, you know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with asking for help, but you can't have one foot in and one foot out.
You can't play both sides of what she's saying.
What I'm saying is, bro, the fun is somebody hurt me, bro. You gonna protect yourself, but then you gotta deal with the consequences that come with that. Right?
When you lost your right to possess a firearm, you're gonna have to recognize this. Try to have it do not let them hurt me.
Well, fucking move. But you know what I mean, biggest thing I didn't want to do was somebody did, you know what I mean? I understand. And I know that. I know I made stuff, you know what I mean? And all these years because of like I wasn't on their help. I wasn't nowhere going this way. I mean, I don't even be locked up. Going through none of this shit. If they niggas they never did. You was chasing your dream through history. Yes. I actually was trying to just be rich, like you trying to get up.
Free, right.
Then he was this, then he know it because he was happy. He was this. I mean, all thing about it was like he introduced me to a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like I mean, these people still remember my face. Like, but all thing about it is like the nigga just telling people like, I'm this, I'm that, and that shit I wasn't doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I tell people you basically is a goon.
Right.
Yes, like I just let him do it, and then when it came down to it,
You wasn't ready to do no dumb shit.
no, he just used me. Like he put my face on it, but got you doing it. You feel what I'm saying? And then when I got with him, that wasn't what it was about. You know what I'm saying? When I first got with him, I was just so excited with the shit I was seeing. You know what I'm saying? He seen it. And he just had me around.
You know how you were on fire.
Exactly.
They put this hair in front of the rapper and you steady doing this to chase him.
So and that's what right now, like this nigga thug, he just like right now he just like she wasn't even talking bad, he was listening. They don't call me 3 times. And I mean, you know what? I call him a few ways. I mean, I call his sister. I'm like, damn, y'all going around this mouth with red, I'm sticking this and that. So I went to my life. I want to tell me too. I want to tell me y'all that that's my, I've been talking to police, this and that. So like, no, we ain't saying that like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't call it up. Like, no, you got to call the people like on the red. Then never think that, you know what I mean? Shut up. Why? Now I phone her. I call my sister phone. Jet called my phone back. 2 minutes later. Like, who is it? I said, yeah. Like, what's up, bro? I ain't got to get no. I already called him. He's like, yeah, what the hell you got going on? I cut my look, man. I already got me. I don't know what y'all got going on. They somebody all y'all in the studio, somebody. I'm telling them this and that. I mean, what's up with that, bro? Like, I don't have to say the issue, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know you, bro. I mean, I know one thing about it. You ain't gonna tell them. You know what I'm saying? He said, Moonso will come back to the studio telling me, through there, I keep talking to the police. Moonso and Shannon was trying to get the spot I was in. You know what I'm saying? Cause I was so the spot they think you is. Yeah. No, like, he was like, he was paying better than that stuff. Like, wow. I don't know. You know what? A lot of people say, oh, listen, bro. I'm not warning, I'm not warning. I was going home. I never had, like, I go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? They promise you and just all first I had problems. So it don't make, with all that being said, it don't make sense why this man picked you out of everybody. He just did crime free, he just did shit on Cleveland Avenue. Why he picked Lil Woody? Like, what loyalty does he have to you with that? He feels like right now he got to take your ass out because you know a little too much. Everybody knows too much. No, they don't. But everybody argues.
Well, not like you.
I can't tell you why, because you're running my life.
Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier when I say you contradict yourself to say that you ain't did nothing, you ain't this, you ain't that. But this man taking you everywhere you go. It keeps you right here with you on the side.
I'm behind the top. When you come at me, I had people that kept, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel blood, more, crip, G, well, you know what I'm saying? And so do they. So before I let somebody hurt me, I got people out there that'll do something for me. Nah, you'll do it yourself before you let somebody else do it. It wouldn't mean as much. Yeah, I will. No, I'm saying it wouldn't mean as much. If a person can't hurt me, like when they came to my house and tried to meet my girl in my bed, I was coming with the edge. You know? And I was gonna stop. You know what I mean?
So when did you stop?
Well, I'm gonna tell them that day. You gonna tell why I stopped? Cause it shit hurt me. I started to jail 3 weeks. Listen, I started to jail 3 weeks with that on my mind. And you know what I did? They had me in a room.
That's what
I lose my mind.
Do you want to go there again?
No.
You want to go in general, Pop?
I don't want to go there, period, but I really want to jail. I'm listening. Yes.
All right, we're going to give you what's the day? Wednesday. I guarantee by Sunday, even before then, you're going to be like, get me out of here.
Yeah, but I understand. I know you're going to jump on me, stuff.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want to, but that room, man, listen, I'm like, man, I
Get your mind together. You got to get your mind together then. Listen, you charge, you're not going anywhere, so you need to get your mindset that I want to be there for.
I know that I'm going to jail. But what I'm saying is, man, that he went going, he said, oh, I'm saying,
it ain't over with. It ain't never over.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to, and I mean, I said, I promise I went back out next. I mean, I'm fine now. Like I said, man, if they were to keep me out of jail and if y'all can help me, man, I promise you, you gonna throw up, murder, man, I can't take any one of them. I'm gonna go right there and do what I have to do. Like, I'm good with anybody. Like, even all this shit going on, I mean, it's 2015, 1:16 p.m. You made that, right? I put on my own soul, I mean. Okay.
Who shot Trivia in the house?
Never find out. I don't know who shot. You did? You? It wasn't this. It wasn't. And you know what I made him want to? What? Because he know it wasn't me. He still out in my name. You know what I mean? He dropped me my baby on in this shot and went to a chance to do baby on. And walk off. The truck, went to that truck that day. He dropped his off. Yes, he did. I know you shaking your head. Went to drop his off. And he let Trill come out here and tell the police that I talked to him. He told me, don't go. I said, hell no, because one thing back, I've been shot up. They can check my name at the register. You know what I mean? I can prove that I ain't done it. I can't right down here, you know, he did. Console door there. Forgot without a question again. It takes a lot to these doors to leave me alone. I mean, nobody hurt me when I heard they gonna kill. Damn. I mean, this nigga, you know what he did to me? Yeah, $300,000. The whole. And he left. Came back.
And you ain't get
I don't care about money. I don't. You care about some money.
You be contradicting yourself, man.
The nigga was giving me money. You know what I'm saying? I didn't need that. I did it. But when I went to jail and he didn't help me. You just said the most amount of money could have been
but he left you with 300, and I guess it came back and gave you a 1,000 again, and you was good.
They ain't gonna give you nobody no money.
Shit.
Right. He gave $20,000 money. Yeah.
What about Duke?
No money.
What is Duke wrong in all this?
He get a lot of money. About 5,000.
That Duke is Jack?
Nah, Jack is Duke is two different people.
Okay.
So Duke with the
Right, Duke is the blind.
Jack was the Yak guy that's there.
Okay.
But
But it's just, why is he so wrong to you?
because
Why?
Jack goes up to me. Shan goes up to me. Duke know about me. You know what I'm saying?
What they know about you?
Duke gave my brother weed. They smell like white stuff. And when he came back to get my brother smoke weed, we took weed from him.
So you know you about that action.
Oh, I ain't scared. Yeah, you ain't no hoe about it. Nah, I'm not.
And I don't believe you are.
You know what I mean?
But the story that keeps making us come back to this point is you keep selling this he just loves me so much and he takes care of me because he takes care of you because you his fucking dog.
They ain't get shit in our kind of deal. You know what he said the story when they asked me to be someone's blood. Y'all got me fucked up. That's how I think I am. So those is it.
Are you talking about the Quindarius?
Yeah. Somebody just he changed his name.
And he ain't flying no more?
No. They just like those, they saying fuck all of it, bro. I mean,
Good dog.
he got us in this shit.
Y'all got yourself in this shit.
Yeah, you're right.
By letting another man help you.
Yeah.
You a grown ass man. You gotta stand up to you and yours.
Honestly, the only reason he got me in it because he put my name in these songs and he got everybody thinking like this. But you know what happened? I haven't been doing this, I haven't been doing that.
What's new?
What am I getting new for?
Other than that, sometimes what's new? That's fine. Oh, shit. What's the same, man? Unbelievable.
So, I don't understand
What I'm getting at is, on the news, when you watch the news, it's a lot of bull crap, but it's a lot of truth in every story, right? So, your name ain't just coming up out the blue for no reason, bro.
just told you, man.
That's what you say. I think it's a part of truth in everything you say, but I think it's a bunch of bullshit in a lot you say.
I'm telling you about it.
What?
You never got anybody share with you.
But how he gonna be the only one busting? He gonna start calling you a hoe. So you didn't tell me that you tell it. You and the Neon ain't doing nothing. So Shannon's like, watch out, dog. I got it. And y'all right here, she ain't gonna bother you. And I'm just gonna let her be like, look, G.
Got three? Yeah,
Mom, shot 3, though.
yeah, two. Huh?
It's always shot 3.
You gonna tell you what it is? Because we stick together.
Exactly my point. I know.
But you gonna tell you what?
What?
Shannon took over that. What I mean? Shannon Shannon seen her to me, he took it around with.
So Shannon basically knew you really wasn't truly about that action, and he was, so he wanted to take the spot.
Shannon got mad because I didn't like her go. You know what I mean? Shannon just had, she still got too much proof.
What you got to prove?
What was that, 121:13? Resume at 121:18.
Home ain't got no money. I didn't ask my $10. You know what I'm saying? They man went on 30 day trip to it, came back with $800. That's crazy. You're not listening to me, man. I have no reason to lie. If I don't I ain't told you as much as I said, what the hell I got locked on them? You go relax. Nah. Tell me you said easy. Ain't no trick or nothing. Nah, it ain't that. He said, I'm getting serious. Like, tell me that.
You don't want to eat nothing?
I'm hungry and I got butterflies. I can't eat.
You can boil something back on the chicken salad.
You know what I mean? So,
You eat it, you don't, then you already did rice cream, then fuck it.
I just, man, I'm trying to avoid all this. You know what I mean? Like I said, whatever y'all need me to do, but I'm not scared. I'm not scared to do it, man. That's all. I'm not scared to do it. If that's what it takes, I'll do it. I'll go right into it, no problem, man. I need to
We're gonna take a little break, bro. All right.
stand up and stretch. Wait for this next part to start.
Your Honor, there's a 45-minute gap. There's some certain excerpts here. However, we are going to fast forward and come back to those 45 minutes. What's in that 45-minute gap?
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So right now, we're going to fast forward to 2:01:21.
Is there some issue or question about the other part?
No, Your Honor, but
Go ahead. Is there an objection, Mr. Sharp?
I'm assuming.
Speak into your mic so everybody can hear you. I'll do the same.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming the state is saying that they're going to fast forward to the next time Mr. Copeland speaks. Is that correct?
he also speaks within this 45 minutes, but it's sporadic. And so we're going.
Well, I think the jury needs to hear what he says.
Oh, okay, well, we can sit.
Well, I'm not trying to make, this is the state's evidence, and I'm not trying to make anyone sit for 45 minutes, but I want the jury to hear everything that Mr. Copeland says while he's alone.
Okay, are you planning to play it at some point?
Your Honor.
You're gonna go back to all his little, everything he says in that 45 minutes. We just, yeah, as long as they're gonna play it. I don't know why they want to play it out of order, but whatever, that's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am.
Can you leave that screen alone, please? This one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
thank you.
blurring right here.
I understand.
I gotta see through this whole thing.
He just doesn't see.
I didn't go see that then.
Sorry, Lord. Yeah, you have to sit here through all of it. Leave that screen alone.
I can use my phone.
No, you cannot use your phone. You just have to sit there. Sorry.
We'll be starting at 2:43:50.
You know what I do? Let's I got you, steaks.
You remember me from the first couple of times, right? Remember my name? Corey. So you remember my name? Corey. No, I don't remember Corey, man. That's it. Ted, Corey, something like that. Hey, Kurt.
Kurt.
Kurt. want to say about Peanut burning out and all that. What you heard, what you know, what somebody told you, whatever. So, would you like to tell me? What you want to know? Okay. What you know about it? Who the shooters were involved? Who was in the car? What kind of car it was? Where they get it from? All that. Which one? However you want to put it to, same way you explained it to us. What little details to me, I told you. I want you to explain it to this man. Because he's the one investigating the case, as you know. So I just heard the guy in the like they killed him. Yeah, he's like, well, they killed Nut. When you say killed Nut, I'm just tell you, I'm like, my heart started pounding like who? He like, damn. And another guy in the car, he shut up. So we get around. I'm like, where they was going? But when he told me, I was already trying to get a head away from them. So I went to a FaceTime, he like, but you know, old boy, they got shot. I was saying, boy, his head might not make it. I'm like, who? Like, Nut. I'm like, him. Man, he like, shit, well, you know they feel scream, out of me, right? And I ain't nothing to do with it. So shit, I like, man, my head burning and shit, I got off on him. So we fight behind him, we drop him. Then we pull up his throw out. They in the first car. So when we pull up, tell me again who I was in the first car. I gotta explain how it was because I ain't know other. So we pull up his throw out. I pulled. But when we first pulled up, Doug got out there the front door and walked in. Doug got out the car. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, he got the little nitro truck and walked in the house, like walked in the little lounge. And then the truck wasn't pulled out. So I'm in Paul. So I played. Now he got cut. And me and D in the car. Now he got cut. And me and D got. So now I get walking in front. But Doug went in and they opened the side. So yeah, we walked to the side though. Shannon, yeah, coming like up the sidewalk, like he got dropped off my corner. So we all walk in, boom. So nobody's in the everybody just real quiet. So we get up in the apartment we stay in, whatever. Goddamn. I think everybody really just quiet. Thugs like getting shit together. Shit like what? Like he leave. Just like he packed the clothes? Yeah, like, I mean, and then his sister know that. They like, really, too much was said. You feel like, it was just quiet. Like movement. So, let me see. I think I left D-Bell. Just like I left. I went and got his son. So when I put up and told her they son, I was like, she got in the car. She was out praying. She got in the car. And he needed to chill play, bro. She like, who? I told her. She told him. She like, what happened? I said, I don't know. DJ got in the car. Like, shit. What is it? You know what I mean? They told me like that. So she like, what you gonna do? What the fuck you mean what I'm gonna do? I ain't had nothing to do with this shit. She's like, yeah, you know, like, we all knew they were gonna say my name. So I was like, I don't know. So we got in the car. We rode home. When we got out of the car home, then when the car got behind the red Camaro, then when they got behind that stuff, finally to the apartment. And then the other two cars made up in there, but we turned out, and then we got out of there. I put cut Greenbrier at the mile. So I had got one to come get her. So one to come get me, my girl, and it was two, I mean it was Diamond and Deshaun Diamond and Bull. There were three of them and me and Monto. So I think I took Joe, I took Deshaun to Joe, I took her. She stayed with, we dropped the other two girls off in Joe's house. And Monto went and got his girl and his little boy. I mean, so we ran around and she's like, where the hell we gonna go? Because we know they could come. I just told her they could find the cook. So anything know, everybody started saying my name. So when everybody started saying I did, I tell them to like, hell nah, what I gotta do, bro? So they want to like, shit, but you know you ain't do it, goddamn, this and that. So I'm like, why you go down there and tell these folks no, bro? So I tell them to did, want to like, shit, what do you say? Like, yeah, he's like, well, when they start screaming my name, don't go down there. But long story short, Thug called phone, called Motor phone, and was like, well, them niggas pulled up at his house, they outside his house. They were looking out the window. They pulled up 3 cars, he had bad in sat there. So you talking about the Karen, they pulled up outside Motor's house. So while they sitting outside Motor's house, I mean, not Motor, Thug house, while they sat outside Thug's house, Thug kept calling Motor, tell Motor to pull up. See, he didn't know how we Motor. I mean, trying to get Motor to pull up and get him away from the house. Right. But I think his sister ended up calling the police. Some, but they pulled out her sister. Yeah. I don't think she called. I know she said something about it. And when they pulled out, Thug had somebody pull up and drive him straight out of town. Is Thug this house that you talk about where they came after this in Atlanta? Yeah, this on Sky House. So they the man came and drove Thug out. Nah, I'm so scared. We pull up at the house at Lenny's. So we get to the house at Lenny's. All his brothers and sisters do down there. I mean, and he was just patient, like he didn't know what to do. Because everybody instantly was screaming my name. And I just sounded like, I was like, damn, I wanted to ask, like, how the fuck y'all do this? Like, I mean, what the hell that did somebody? I ain't want to at the time, I just quiet, I just stand there, and then. So you did not want to say you didn't do it? Huh? You didn't want to say in front of everybody you ain't do it, or why y'all say my name? They weren't saying my name. They knew what was going on. I don't know. I mean, everybody just in the street saying my name, like, who did? I mean, so I was like, damn, what the hell? So when I ready to run around, I was so scared. Okay, I left through a house. When I left through a house, he called. Nah, I'm scared, boy. I told him I was in Canada by my sister's house. And I got away from there, but I was scared. So I called my girl mom. And I told her, I was talking on the phone, and I was telling her what happened. Like, they just killed me, man. They said I did. I didn't have nothing to do with it. So she was like, man, I was talking for a minute. And then she was just like, well, don't go down on your own. Just wait till the police tell you come down there. I was like, right. And then when I got on her, I found later, I seen the ambulance and the police car flying it, like going towards Summerhill, like where she stayed. And then I thought about it. When me and Kel, like, when we let be go with each other, he told me he knew my girl stay, so I called her mom back. I'm like, is you at home? She like, nah. I like, okay, I'll just try to make sure you in that house. She like, nah, I'm out. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay. I got her phone up. So I called my brother. I told my brother, like, hey, bro, these niggas know you stay, get out the house, you get ready to left up. My brother like, what the hell? I told him what happened. But they killed me, bro. You need to think I did. So my brother like, they get out the house. So when they leave out the house, go ahead. Get that out of it. Throw leave. This is the same night. He got killed. This tonight, it's like all the time. Thug called the man, like the people that drive you around. He called them and had the person driving him around. It's his personal man. I mean, so he had him to drive him straight to Florida to Birdman House. Him, Thug, his sister, a girl, the other daughter, and no, right, and yeah, I think it was just them right there. All of them drove straight to Florida. So when they went to Florida, I said, you called right there in front of them. Know what I mean? And you like, well, what you call out? I'm like, yeah, because I didn't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? And everybody legal like, cause I held the phone, walked up. And when I walked out, I heard that everybody got quiet. So you went back and talked. Yeah, I just turned around like, I was on the phone like, I mean, they're like, yeah, they shot my girl room house. And when he told me to come down, everybody was just looking right there and there. He's like, what the fuck? Yeah. So I like, bro, I went there. I can't say now. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Right. So he's like, yeah, get out the car with him right here. I come in here and talk to him. And when I leave, I gotta call my brother. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't want to get caught up in it, man. It just
So who's in the car that's supposed to be the driver on Peanut?
This was Latif broke the story down. He said, I think he was in the car. I was leaving the scout. And he said, they rolled past the scene nothing, standing outside. They went somewhere and changed clothes. Nah, that's what it was. I dropped Shandy D out the door house. I had went home with my baby mom. And then Doug them left and was rolled past nothing and seen him and went to a gas station and seen Yet and his pump.
Which gas station? Let me cut you off. Which gas station?
I just listened to the story, so they seen them, they switched cars at the gas station. Doug got in the car with the girl. Doug and I think the D. They got in the car with the girl. And there were 4 left in the car. Yeah, Shannon, Nod, and Dua. They Yet pump. Them 4 got in the car. You know what I'm saying? They said they just rolled past the shot. What do I look like? Oh, he's short. He's like a midget. So you ain't gonna see him because he don't be around us. How can I find him? Metropolitan. I don't know if they still got this spot right there. They got a trap house right there. He got an issue right there, don't know his name. Is it something do up? Or does it sound like that? See, look, you going Yet page. He shot a nigga out named Maddie. Name who? Maddie. Mali. And I think Dua might be on his page. We'll go to Yak page.
So D told you this is all people that was involved in the shooting. D personally told you that.
Yeah.
And how did you know? Because one of them told him?
Nah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's riding close
With them, okay.
Yeah. And then when they said do it, these guys got another car.
Okay.
And they went this way, and they went back to them. And then after it happened, they all pull up on Cleveland. And Ladina right there, and they just got in the car like they talking about it. So they got the guns. I think they had 2 guns. Got chopper and a handgun. They got guns and put it in the car. And they just been rolled off in the car.
So when did Bentley pull up? But you didn't say Bentley's name.
Yeah, he was driving the white truck. He the one took them to the sky house. I did it.
Okay.
So
they called Bentley after the shooting.
Yeah,
They looked where they were on Cleveland.
The Bentley spot was on Cleveland.
Right.
You know, so I guess they went through went straight to Bentley spot. And when Thug was at Bentley spot, they pulled up on Thug. And when they got the Bentley spot, they wiped the car down. And then he said, I don't know if it was Bentley. It had to be somebody. If it went Bentley, it was somebody that, he got the car and drove left with the car. You know what I'm saying? And he left with the car and the guns.
And do you know what kind of car it was? Like,
it was an Infiniti, I think.
The Infiniti?
Yeah.
Like a new one? Do you know, was it somebody's registered car or was it a rental?
It was a rental car.
Where do they usually rent the cars from?
The airport.
You know which
like Hertz Enterprise.
We store when he rent the car.
That's what I'm saying. Which one was it?
At the airport.
You stay in the airport, there's different rental car
I don't
companies.
know which one it was.
So you went with us when he rented the Infiniti?
Yeah. He took Conrad back and got the Infiniti.
He took the vet back and got to the Infiniti.
Yeah.
You remember how long before the murder that was?
Probably like the murder happened like probably 2 days later. They did shit like that.
Okay, wait a minute, okay. He rented the Infiniti after the shooting?
Oh,
Before, 2 days before the shooting.
Yeah, you talking about that rig?
Marie, huh?
Go ahead.
He had the Corvette. What color was it? Gray.
Gray Corvette.
Yeah. He took the gray Corvette back and got the Infiniti. He never he didn't leave the real car there. He told him he want to trade car. And when he got the gray Infiniti, this the car that it happened. Like, I had video. See, if I had my own phone, I can show you video. I put on my page. But I ain't show the car. I just play the music.
I mean, I was saying because it's the music. But when I put it on the video on my Instagram, I ain't know. And they just like, well, take that video off the page. You know what I'm saying? That's how, I remember how, what they used. You know, was it nighttime or in the evening or whatever, y'all in the video? No, when he took the vet back and got it. He took it back in the daytime. It was in the daytime. You got to walk across the bridge on the airport. Yeah, going to park it at the top. He took it right there. They gave him, they charged him again. They gave him his pen. He got his pen. You know, if you pay with cash or credit card, how you pay for it? So you pay for the deal, he paid for the rental car. I mean, the Corvette. Right. But he supposed to have a Corvette longer than he had. So I don't know how he paid for it. But you don't know how he just switched Corvette more. Right. So he just switched it out.
So there really wasn't no money exchanged.
He was just
Transacting finance.
if he rented it under his name or somebody else's name. It was like it was a lie. They was on a lie and told me, so I don't know. Like how many people behind the name?
But it was only y'all two at the arrest.
I'm right there with him.
And it was y'all two.
What you mean?
When y'all went to do the switch out, it was you and just him. There wasn't no girl with you and nobody else.
I was just being told. Yeah.
So Lil D told you all of this after the fact.
Yeah. Mine knew I knew the car. You know what I mean? I didn't want to get in the middle of it. You know what I mean?
I know, but with all that, with the Copeland, I know that shit surrounding you, man. You should have been dug yourself out that hole.
But you know, I did this and why not? When they can't shot me and my baby man, I couldn't run from it. Like I was already. It got worse.
Mr. Copeland, listen to what I'm saying. Stop your mind for a minute. Listen to what I'm saying. The reason why Kelvin was coming after you because they had no other reason but to come after you. But if you would have just went on ahead and, hey, this is what somebody told me, blah, 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 your name been cleared straight from the rip. Okay, straight from the rip. But understand this. While I'm out there, why your name came up like that?
I knew before he probably even died and I knew my name would come back. Like, because they just the type of niggas they care now. I mean, I know that's to this man.
And understand this. They don't need to do an investigation like us to say that you're guilty. All they gotta do is hear from one fuck out there, you guilty. Okay, that's all it took, one person. Okay, let me ask you this.
6 months, drag day.
How many times did we ask you, did you have something on this?
A lot.
It's okay. Okay.
But yeah, I understand this. It's hard. Like
I know, but understand this. Well, no.
I'm gonna go to jail. You know what's gonna happen next? I'm gonna go to jail. Them niggas, they gonna jump on me. I ain't gonna let anybody take care of it. You know, you already take care of it.
You don't.
Trust me, we already take care of it.
Okay, and understand this. You gotta face what you've done wrong.
Okay, I didn't do that.
Okay, stop that. How old are you, Mr. Copeland?
23.
Okay, you're 23. Okay. By legal standards, you're a grown ass man. And one of the things I learned from a young man, shit, the old school used to tell me, bro, a man stands up to his own fucking mistakes. It's not your fault, it's my fucking fault. I'm gonna own up to it, deal with it, and move the fuck on. You keep receding back to a 10-year-old. It's everybody's fault but mine. I'm in a situation because it's everybody's fault but mine. I don't want to confront it because whatever.
You get what you still gotta get. Okay. If they saying they were throwing them get locked up, get what they still gonna say. Well, I tell you what. Even though they gonna still try to keep it on me. Like, look, I really didn't have anything to do with it. People was coming at me like I did it, man. Like,
and what did I tell you from the start? I'm here to either prove or disprove you had something to do with it. But you never gave me anything to disprove you had anything to do with it. I understand that.
I'm tell you what, man. I knew it all. I knew it. When I went with Doug to get in contact, they don't automatically do what I told you. So I feel like, so you rather your life end and they keep living the party, you know? It was that list. It's been plenty of times I woke up like, man, I can't go to this no more. I couldn't sleep. I was like, I mean, I didn't want to tell because I said, I knew. Look, let me say something. I did it. Everybody on my face, you gonna be a lot of people coming out. Loyalty is a two-way street. You right? If motherfuckers don't show you no loyalty, you're not gonna have no loyalty back to them. Okay, they pretty much put you on the branch and left your ass out there. And when I realized they left me out there, I went here and did, like, now, you know what I mean? But they were giving you clues then, but you didn't want to pick it up. You didn't want to see that because I know, bro. There's dude, you got the shit on your homework. Okay, there's dude I wrote went through some shit with. We partners to this day. Okay, them motherfuckers are loyal to me. I'm loyal to them because guess what? We never pissed at each other from cornflakes. Okay, but they gonna piss in your cornflakes and shit in your food. They don't give a fucking rat shit about you, dog. They really don't. They're all about themselves now. But you're right. If you would have got taken out with your girl and your child, they would have shed a fake ass tear and moved on about their fucking business.
VIP, Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Hey man, what we going on?
Yeah, I know that. I thought about it every day, but I keep saying, what I'm saying is, yeah, a whole lot of other people out there, this ain't got nothing to do with it. They gonna come out to me. You know what I'm saying? This.
You remember what I showed you earlier? When I made the circle and I showed you everybody versus Woody.
Yeah.
You see that? That's gonna happen regardless. We can't make it. This is a whole game. We can't make it go away. We can't make it go away. We can make it go away with your help, baby.
How long you been doing, or how many times do you think you've seen Nard? That ain't him on the picture. You ain't even seen the picture. I seen where you looked it up. That ain't Nard. That's not Nard? Okay. I did not know that. I'm gonna name right Nard. I know that name. I just want to know it. Know it. A-A-R-D. Yeah. I don't know if they're underscore bad or they're bad or what. Okay. You got already locked up? He locked up? Yeah. He locked up for kidnapping. Yeah, the couple girl, right? Yeah. Baby mom. Where at? What side of town? You know that? Yeah. Where's Kenneth? No. What side of town is this girl and him get in trouble? Southwest. They just caught. They got caught with kidnapping. They kidnapped his girl. Nah, they did fine. And him right there. Okay. See, but I know. Look at me, Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland. Raise your head up. Yeah, you have no power already. I can only imagine. You've been public enemy number one for 6 months now. Folks shooting at you, doing all that, and you still got that loyalty, or you held on to that loyalty to these people who basically, in a sense, have turned on you, or pushing you aside. And you didn't tell on them. You know what I'm saying? And you still hold on to that loyalty. It just comes to a point where you gotta stop thinking about them and think about you and your family. I ain't thinking about them. I'm thinking about them. Like, I know. You know, I actually, man, I just did 30 days in Henry County Jail, 30-some days for something I ain't do. And I'm thinking, I hate being away from them. I think about them more than anything, man. My grandma shit. But I sit right here, man. I go through a lot, man. I hate being in jail. I understand I did stuff, but I didn't do it because, I had to. Hey, Mr. Copeland, look at me. You're telling me right here, right now, I'm not a bad person. I just got caught in doing some dumb shit. That's basically what you're saying. I understand that. Okay? I'm not living life as a fucking angel. I'm not even pretending I am. Okay? I'm not even pretending I am. I'll probably be in hell before you. Okay? But I'm not here to judge you. But I do know one thing. You don't want to do motherfuckers to a fault. Plain and simple. Like Detective Gates said, you don't want to be public enemy number one to protect them all the way through. Now, at one time they say,
yo, bro, let me help you out of this. Send you here, send your girl there, do this, do that. They left you out there and left the motherfucking team to come after you. They're not trying to say, no one at all said, hey, we had nothing to do with this. Now, one time, all it took was one young fellow to say one time, boy, had nothing to do with it. Boy was with me. Over here doing this, doing that. People would took that shit for a grain of salt and ran with it. Yo, man, Woody was over here with young fellas. He was over here at the studio cutting the track. How can he be over there doing that? He trying to cut a track with young fellas. But no, they put you out there and left you out there. When all this shit was going on, and he wasn't motherfuckers with yo, man, I'm gonna ride with you no matter where you go. Every time they get a call with you and say, yo, come ride with me. Because they leave you out there to take the full blame for everything.
See, they knew I couldn't say it, cause, everybody know, like,
you said it right there. They knew you couldn't say anything. They knew you were not gonna be the one to just start talking. That the whole weight of the universe had to fall on your fucking shoulders before you even start opening your mouth. Cause you do the dance around game. You do the dance around game. That's what you do. And they knew no matter what, this dude is loyal and he's gonna keep on doing what he needs to do. But in the meantime, everybody going about their business. They left you out there.
The thug gave a damn about you. He just throw 20,000 in the club, do this, move you and your girl away for a little while. I ain't saying because you love Atlanta, you're gonna come back to Atlanta. But it's hot right now, move you away. Did they do that? Did he give you money to y'all time? Honestly, they knew where y'all stayed because y'all still in the same spot. Did he put y'all up in another spot? One second. Who was that? Say yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, and you can be honest or whatever. At any point in time that day that Peanut was killed, did you go by that barber shop? Daniel Street?
No, sir.
P Street? What else?
I left out the house. I left out the house right before I finally got killed. I was in the house the whole day. I was sleeping. And when I left out the house, I pulled right up from Canterville. When I left from Canterville, I pulled up on met on the people who came out and meet D. And when D got in the car, he told me in my face that Jay got killed. And when he told me that right then and there, I was like, I did kind of house. I mean, so I didn't know they were gonna do it. I ain't never heard Thor say kill that. That's why when I heard it, he shot me. I was like, what the hell they kill home for? Like, I mean, I just go to shoot. Why the hell they didn't kill Cam? Like, you know what I'm saying? Why the hell they kill? Like, he wasn't the problem. Man, they did nothing. Like, I don't know what they done did. I knew it was something personal between him and Ted. I mean, but
what was personal between him and Thug?
I don't know. I never heard it. Never found it out. I just knew nothing. Like, one day they told him to come to the studio. He told somebody, yeah, wait, I'll set me up. I mean, he started going up there. So they're the only I knew. I just never knew.
Anything else you're gonna add, Brett? Get it on off your chest now.
All right, this is probably a good time to break for lunch. All right, so let us come back here at 1:30.
I step out.
Yes.
I mean, I just go to shoot.
Do we have anything to put on the record before we get Mr. Copeland and the jury? All right. You were standing up, so I wondered. All right. Is Mr. Copeland out there? I know we're a couple of minutes. Well, no, we're not a couple of minutes early.
He is, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Deputy Hilton's going to be, she just took a brief comfort break. We'll be right back.
All right. Can we go ahead and get him on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know. Break his wrist off.
Ready for the jury. Mr. Atkins, can you hit play if we need you to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. I hope y'all had a pleasant lunch. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
We're gonna resume at 1:29:42.
Fuck them up, man. Straight up. Like, go.
You may. And I don't think these little headphone things got, don't have those today? Yeah. Let me just make it easier instead of waiting.
Your Honor, we're going to go back to the portions that we skipped earlier and play those portions now for the jury.
Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Can y'all not hear it? Now it sounds better. And we'll let IT know yet again that we continue to have issues. Maybe they just need to replace that entire box. Do you want to give it a try? It always seems intermittent anyway.
My biggest fear is scooping you up off the ground. And saying, I told you so.
I'm just out there like this, with, I mean, I'm not gonna watch my back, that's all I've been doing. Watch. I just had bad with these. I mean, I'm watching them, but I still just let stuff go and let them just come right back to me. But
It's a lot basically with what you learned about Lil D today. This other stuff that you already know that it's starting to kind of add up, right? That stuff that happened between y'all where you like, wait a minute. You want to know who your biggest problem may be of all the people that I showed you, your friends? Because you so loyal to them.
close friends, Lil D and shit. I'm not loyal to them, like, cause if I were, I only never just told them shit. Like, at some point, you had that loyalty to D and shit.
But now the loyalty you seeing where it's at, where it's like
Only one way, right? That's coming from you to them. So this, what I got to do is this, my big party coming up, man. It's in town, but I swear to God. I didn't even get locked up. I tell y'all these spots here with the guns. I'm over there, man. I don't care. I put my face on it. I don't care, man. I don't care, man. My big birthday coming up. I just.
when your baby birthday?
On the 17th. June? Oh, yeah, I can see you ain't gonna be out by June 17th. Yeah, man.
And then if you want to be at your daughter's birthday, now that you locked up, ain't you thinking everybody thinking what he locked up on now? So now you being at the birthday, you make the birthday party nice.
Well, not even that. Cause you know what they're saying about this gun? It's just like, oh man, you just don't worry about this. I mean, they ain't locked you up there, they don't know why police got it. No, they probably trying to figure out.
I'm sure the word got out.
They trying to not talk about what my baby.
You don't think the neighbors saw them? How many marshals ran up in there?
I mean, what?
How many marshals came up in there to get you?
They want nobody to come outside.
You don't think people heard all that?
What nobody else. Like, you know, that's the good part of calling the rule.
Right.
Y'all move it. But let me ask you this. This is what concerns me. Because we got the police report for that gun, the one that was found in the house today. And guess who it belongs to? Who? A DeKalb County police officer. No, I only leave houses burger. No, you know I'm breaking houses either. You know, I only leave Fulton County. Yeah. I'm not gonna leave Fulton County at all. You know that. I'm gonna stay here. Yeah, you ain't gonna make it out that time for the baby part. I ain't gonna promise you that.
Look, as a father, I would want you there, but knowing what you bring, I wouldn't want you there anyway.
Man, y'all can give me a hospital and nothing, Lord.
I'm through.
It's not out of control, but I can guarantee you they can be there.
But wherever you go, your armor brings problems. And although they ain't shot up lately, when you in the apartment and they come through shooting, y'all hitting the other apartment, the other people. So by removing you everybody else good.
Everybody else is good. That whole house out. You know, I didn't go shooting shit out and out.
Thank God.
No, you do not think good.
I said, like, oh yeah, I ain't gonna do it. Like that's nothing.
It ain't because of you, it's because they already know we don't know who's fucking boss. It ain't because of you. It is because these niggas know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? All that shooting been happening was tips now. I mean, they the only ones that shoot.
But like you can't lie, it makes Kev and all of them look like dubs. Because
the whole time they done shot at y'all, you ain't got to
hit one of them motherfuckers?
Huh?
I ain't that's what they thinking. They can't kill you? He that bad?
They ain't that, like I'm saying, like, y'all outside this man. That's why now I'm telling y'all what's going on, and y'all still not listening. These people know how they do this. These people, if they want to kill me, they want to kill me. Like, only thing I was, when I heard about killing, was these niggas throw up there to my killing me. You know what I'm saying? I really learned about them from the beginning. I mean, the show they did, okay, like you said, I kind of figured what it was. I mean, like, dang, I ain't worried about nobody else doing that too. I mean, I just can't explain it. Like, this young man, bro.
Mr. Copeland, okay, I'm gonna break it down to you like this, young bro. Alright, and I mean it from the heart and from the soul. Once again, it had nothing to do with they knowing that you had something to do with it or not. Okay, that had nothing to do with it. Let me tell you what's keeping everything quiet. You understand that? See, when the first ass get boxed up, and the second, the third, and the fourth, the rest of them motherfuckers gonna calm down because they all saying this. Sooner or later, them motherfuckers gonna get me next. So they're all gonna chill out. Motherfuckers, listen to me. When you and Cal was gone, everything was still quiet. One of you came out, she started trying to pick back up. And bam, they jumped back on it, locked another motherfucker up. Everything ceased. Because they saying this. Them two motherfuckers right here know everybody that's in the game. They got the scorecard. Okay? So that's the bottom line. If you know me by my real name, my street name, my mama name, my baby mama name, my grandmama name, my big mama name, I'm fucked. I can't hide anywhere. So I'm done. Because the minute we stop calling you, what we is calling you Kenneth Copeland, you know, okay, these motherfuckers know me. When we start talking about your baby mama, how you get shot up, and all this, you know, everybody know me now. Same thing happened to them. When you,
hey, you want the problem we said. Okay. Y'all share, you know, because this nigga got so much to prove. Y'all be like, you know, trying to hide me in jail. It's not me. I'm not saying you nigga, man. Man, what I'm throwing a say these niggas said to it, man. Everything he shot that gun killed her. Shelly doing everything. It's not me. Y'all keep locking me up. Cause she ain't working, man. Stop right there. Take a deep breath. Nah, man. mean, cause y'all just saying right there, y'all trying to tell up and lock me up. Okay, I ain't retaliate, not one time. I just wait, listen. I be thinking, I'm doing shit. I'm not doing that thing. I'm saying, I'm gonna go back to jail. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. If we thought you did one of these retaliatory shootings, we would have probably locked you up for it by then. But if nobody is saying anything, and you continue to let everybody paint you as that bad guy, you're letting that happen because you're not saying shit. And now that you're saying shit, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do my fucking job, and Shannon gonna be in there. If that's the truth. I'm gonna do my fucking job, but you don't get nobody an opportunity. When you sat here, when you told me about that, I'm shot at you. What I do? I went up there for 10 minutes, got this fucking picture. If that him, what I do? I did my fucking job and I got the drive. But you gotta give people an opportunity, but not to let you look like a bad guy. I know, I'm giving you an opportunity, but you're not listening. I'm listening, but let me do my job. But you want to deal with what you did. You walked in there with that gun. I was giving them the shit. But it don't matter. You knew you weren't supposed to have it. Nobody said, go out and carry a gun because you need it for protection. Granted, if you couldn't get caught in a situation, you got to use it. There are certain laws that will protect you even as a convicted felon, but that's not giving you the fucking okay to go carry a gun. You know that. You're not going to jail for nothing else but for what you did. You the one, I have been participating in gang though, but you have already been categorized as a gang member. And this particular gun, we can say this was purchased by someone else, a gang member, Quindarius, who has been the one I got caught with a gun from a gang retaliatory shooting. So therefore, anything that has to do with him comes back on you. And you already have your affiliation going on. That was reckless conduct that you did by fucking taking your shirt off, playing basketball for 37 minutes while a fucking gun is laying on the damn thing. Like he said, a kid comes up in the bag and saw a Christmas ball. Look at this, and actually pull a trigger, blew somebody's fucking head out. Then you would be charged with murder. So you get charged for what you did. You did. We didn't make you do this. We didn't tell you to don't tell what they're about to know in the first place. You did that. It don't work like that. I understand it. This nigga, man. If you realize what you say, you gotta give us the opportunity to verify. Simple as that. You gotta be patient because we gotta do our. We don't do our. We gotta do your.
Well, who just said?
No, it don't work like that. It don't work. At the same time, if you try to help us, I'm not gonna put you out there like that. So there's certain other steps I gotta do to kind of remove you as much as I can. You know what I'm saying? Your name as much as I can. So if you want me to just fucking say, share, just go to the type of my morning.
Hey, Shay, how you doing? Your friend Woody.
Hey, I don't want to do it that way, but I don't want to do it that way.
Hey, Shay, you shut up. It doesn't work like that.
I was told y'all at the beginning then.
It's not. You know how it is January though. You been in here 5 times.
I know, but the nigga Tate them kind of like, they
you gotta worry about you.
You know, if I'm on your case, or this man on your case, we don't work like that. I can't speak for fucking BB and the rest of them, but I can speak to them folks. I'm speaking for the work that I do, and I'm not gonna put you out like that if you helping me with some shit. If you sitting there like down silent, I'm gonna treat you as down silent. And what did I tell you the first night we fucking spoke? I said, Parker, I know you know more about what's fucking going on than you letting out. You taking me to a trip to fucking New York through fucking California. I'm a straight flight dude. I don't do fucking layovers. I don't have no fucking time for that. Okay? You wasted everybody's time to get going.
All the do been avoided. A lot of it could have been avoided. From January 10th, what's the day? Today is June 10th. So we found out.
This is 6 months to the head.
If you would have said it from the beginning, he could have did his job. And I
It would be no need for you to be in this situation. Because everybody who took their eyes off my side in a situation like what was it? Cool. And y'all I'm just sharing things like, everybody gonna see these sites. Everybody gonna see what?
They gonna see it. It's either they're gonna see it with you standing next to them, or they're gonna see it when you away from them. Either way it goes, they're gonna see it.
As a matter of fact, you know what?
I don't care.
You took a jailhouse picture with fucking little Tick. Okay? And I know with Tick. Take a jailhouse picture with Tick.
We already.
You took a jailhouse picture with fucking little.
Y'all had said yesterday you might have another speaker you could try as a backup. Let's try that, I guess.
Shit.
Okay? And I know with Tick. Take a jailhouse picture with Tick. Oh shit. I saw the fucking.
You may have to disconnect from the Zoom audio or something. Sorry, y'all.
whole lot of people.
Okay. I mean, in the meantime, I guess we can have them come down and try to do this reset also. Okay, more technical issues, calling for a technical issue break. I don't even think any of this is working. So if y'all would like to go spend time in the jury room, or we'll try.
Kamala Harris is the advocate we need. As president, she will defend our reproductive freedom, protect Social Security and Medicare, and ensure our children can be safe at school. Kamala Harris, for our freedoms, our families, our future.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website.
Reboot thing. Is your mic working? we're all gonna cross our fingers and see what happens. Let's get the jury out. And Mr. Copeland back. And in the meantime, I'm gonna personally request that IT order a backup to this ASAP. Is that even working? Did it already go out again? It's already starting to not work. So did we try the reboot thing? I don't know. Doesn't sound like it. Is it? Okay. I don't know. It just suddenly sounded different. So anyway, I think I'm just going to let the jury go home because it's already 3 o'clock. Are you going to be asking him questions about this? You've already asked him. You already examined him. So I have to follow a few follow-ups, but it's stuff that already come in. Okay.
Your Honor,
The follow-up is to stuff that is already.
Your Honor, we're going to be asking him questions about it.
Don't get too comfortable. You're not going to be staying. So I'm just going to be sending y'all home early. It's Friday, so happy Friday. We have not been able to come up with a sufficient solution that seems to last for more than a few minutes. Hopefully in the 10 days between now and when we see y'all again, we will have solved this issue. But for now, I'm gonna release you with the reminders that you should not discuss this case with anybody else or allow anybody else to discuss it with you or in front of you. Don't try to find out any information about the case from any source. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't listen to or watch or otherwise take in any kind of media or other accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And have a pleasant weekend and week and next weekend. And then I will see y'all. What is the date of that next Monday? Monday, the 26th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Me too.
You don't go anywhere yet. Hang on just a sec. And now this is working. But, you know. All right. Yeah, now it's working great. But it's obviously not working well enough to count on. All right, so we shouldn't need Mr. Copeland until Monday, the 26th also, right? Okay, so Mr. Copeland, you can go for now. I'll be back here at 9 a.m. on Monday, the 26th.
Can I go now?
You may for now, yes. Be back Monday, the 26th at 9.
There was one other solution that we could potentially use. We have a Mondo board at the district attorney's office. We were not allowed to use it with the configuration that we had previously where the jurors were sitting in front of the box.
I don't know what a Mondo board is.
I'll describe it. It's a very large computer screen, a very large computer
Okay.
on wheels that has a speaker attached to it, which may be loud enough for everyone in the far end of the courtroom to hear it undistorted, as well as allowing the jury to hear it.
Okay.
If the court is.
Do you want to wheel it up here and
Yeah.
let's give it a shot?
That was going to be my request, yes. So I'm having someone bring it over. if that's
Thank
the
you.
case.
Can I ask you a question about the Mondo board? Are you going to be able to hook that headphone up to it so Mr. Copeland can hear off the Mondo board?
It would actually be easier to reach the headphones with the Mondo board being where we
All right, well,
anticipate.
we'll give it a shot. Somebody can stand in for Mr. Copeland since I've released him and see if you can hear sufficiently and undistortedly through the earphones, headphones. Okay, while we wait, why don't we get a jump on our next week's work? Who's ready on anything? Y'all should be ready on something by now. Okay. All right. On the PowerPoint, we should have states either written or ready to have oral response by now.
Well, actually, Judge, I had not finalized that. I know the court gave me a deadline.
Okay. Well, one side's ready, but I don't know how y'all are ready when you haven't given them your.
The final, no.
Okay, so we're not ready on that. And I know that we haven't filed. Okay, let me ask you this. How about the issue of the Ryan motion to suppress his statement because of the incomplete Miranda warnings or allegedly incomplete Miranda warnings?
So if we need, I don't know if the court is addressing us, but if the court is, we need to have a Jackson general hearing because again, that is not where I placed my focus. We were trying to make certain that other things the court instructed were done by today.
Okay, well, what was it that you were supposed to be doing by today? That
We were working on exhibits with the accompanying exhibits for the next 30.
So when were you going to get all of this 3 pages worth of things we're going to tackle next week to the court and to the defense for their consideration? Sunday at midnight. All right, well, let me ask you this. On the Ryan motion to suppress, have you looked at it? Do you believe that the Miranda is complete? That the Miranda warnings are complete?
Your Honor, my position on that is that Mr. Ryan and his ability at this point to move to exclude that evidence would be untimely, number one. He has been convicted of it. And I believe that having heard it, there's an argument to be made on both sides, frankly. I hear what the officer is saying. And I think that there's just an argument to be made on both sides, to be fair.
Do you think that the law supports that if an incomplete Miranda is given, that the statement can nonetheless be used against the defendant?
Not in the state's case in chief.
And y'all didn't use it in the case in chief, did you?
Not in the previous trial.
All right. And yet you think that you have some law that would permit you to use it in some later trial against the same defendant?
That's not what I was saying.
Okay. Well, I guess I will just wait eagerly to see what it is that your argument is going to be on that. Just trying to think of some of the really
And I am willing to
easy things.
I am willing to speak with Mr. Williams more after we get a couple of other things situated.
Which Mr. Williams?
Miss D. Williams.
Oh, Miss D. Williams.
D. Williams.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you said Mr. Williams. Apparently I'm hard of hearing too.
No, so I will communicate with her, and if our position changes to such that it becomes a moot issue, she'll know and the court will know before Monday.
Okay. All righty. Well, I know that I haven't, Mr. Weinstein, gotten your promised motion to exclude Mr. Kendrick's first couple of hours of his statement. But the teaser was that y'all had just found out that he was represented by an attorney in an unrelated matter. And therefore, law enforcement should have reached out to that attorney before questioning him in this matter. Am I right about what the basic theory is?
That's the basic theory, but
Okay.
I am not prepared to argue that today, and I am
Okay.
still working on the motion. And
Okay.
I think that Mr. Apt maybe clarified that would be filed tomorrow.
Yeah, he did. That just pretty much seems like black letter law to me as well. And I don't know, maybe there's some US Supreme Court cases that have come out recently or since I took criminal law in law school that answer that question differently than how I was taught it. But so I will also eagerly await whatever your legal theory is.
Thank
So,
you, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Perhaps that's why I'm still working on it.
Perhaps that's why. Okay. All right. Well, let's see. I mean, I don't know if there's any point in going back over the list that I have reviewed with y'all almost every day this week, because there may be nothing that both sides are ready on. And I realize that I'm a few days ahead of where I thought we would be, or when I thought we would be taking these things up, but just thought those two might be easy ones. Oh, do we have the ability yet to identify, other than whatever was in the wiretaps, any other co-conspirator statements that y'all on the defense maintain are late identified?
Your Honor, we maintain that all statements beside the 3 statements provided.
And I understand that, and y'all told me that before, but I don't know not the 3 that were identified before, not anything from the wiretaps. Are there others? And if so, what are they?
Okay, so the state, I thought that where we left it, and I wasn't even here that day, but I watched the video, that where we left it is that the state has provided hundreds of wiretaps and jail calls and still have not identified statements within those hundreds. So for us on our side to go through the hundreds, guess the statements that the state is going to may use, and then give them that list would take a significantly long time, when what the state could do, because I'm sure they have their case lined up by now, is to give us the statements that they've identified. And then if we have a legal argument against them, we can make that argument. And just for the record, Judge Glanville not only told them to provide all of the statements back in December of 2022, but after that, he told them to not only identify statements, but any evidence that they've identified, transcripts, any of the case, videos, that if they know that something is inadmissible, they need to go ahead and redact it. Tell us, hey, I'm going to introduce this. I've already redacted things that I know as an experienced litigator. It's probably not admissible. And then if we have any further redactions, to let them know. So that is the way this was supposed to move timely, not be a trial by ambush, not have the jury sitting outside waiting on us to get through the issues. These are the orders from Glanville. And Your Honor, respectfully, none of them get followed.
I'm noticing that. How about, I had asked about the January 10th,
The blurb at the beginning
that
of the
was,
day.
and you, Miss Love, weren't here at the time, and we wondered if maybe you knew
I
the
heard.
origin of that.
I heard, and I do know the
Okay.
origin of that. So if I'm not mistaken, the court was inquiring and there was a motion of sorts regarding the date at the top of the picture of Mr. Stillwell looking out of Mr. Williams' condo, contemplating. So that photograph, Ms. Hilton was correct in that Mr. Zachary told the police that he took the photograph a few days earlier or in the latter part of 2014. However, the date on the photograph comes from as it was placed on the social media page, the same way that the date of a posting appears on any Instagram or Twitter or whatever. The date of the posting is under the picture that is posted. So I didn't, unless I misinterpreted what the question was, the answer is that it was screen grabbed from Mr. Stillwell's account. And the date of the posting as shown on his social media page was January 10th, 2015.
Okay, well, it didn't, if it's a screen grab, is this the screen grab?
I'd have to see the one.
Well, it's what's filed in the motion in limine regarding admissibility of social media posts and alleged date of posting that was filed 8/15.
If you're on with
Sure. Ms. Persfield, can you hand that to her, please? See that little?
Oh, so.
Hand it back to me.
What that is, Your Honor, is that when a person is looking on the social media page and they want to know the date of a posting and they hover, it'll pop up or pop out in that manner.
Are you gonna have somebody that is gonna be able to testify to that?
We sure are.
And
Because it was done
so
on more than one.
somebody hovered, that date appeared, and then y'all took the screenshot or whatever, screen grab?
Two things. We, in not just this instance, in other instances as well, we not only captured it as it was shown, like if it with January the 10th, 2015 on the picture itself, but we also went back, the person who was looking at the social media page and hovered just to get that pop out that the court is looking at on that exhibit. So in multiple cases, we have a screenshot of a social media page with the date on it, and then a corresponding screenshot with the hovering where the date pops out.
So will you then intend to admit it as, or offer it as, are you gonna have both of those things available?
Both, yes. I mean, yes, in terms of what we intended to proffer.
It would be the screenshot as you look at it, or the screen grab as you look at it.
Yes.
That has it the way we normally see it, and then also the hover, and then also somebody that is gonna be able to say, when we see these dates, we have a reasonable degree of confidence that they actually mean what they say.
Yes.
And why?
We would have the person who first saw it and pulled it from the page, one, talk about what's on the screen grab, what's on the exhibit, and two, what the date means on the exhibit based on their understanding and knowledge of that particular social media platform. And three, we would ask, because I wouldn't see a need to admit both the original posting and the posting where it's popped out. But just as a next layer of confirmation as to the date that it was posted, we would ask, hey, how do you know? And then that person would say, well, you can also hover over the picture or the posting and the date pops out. And if the question becomes, well, did you do that? yes, here's that exhibit with that pop out date.
All right. And is there any objection to, I know this shows like some comments also. Is there objection to that?
There is, and in my, as I was preparing an exhibit, we, in accordance with what usually has occurred, is we take out all the extra comments, and my prepared exhibit has that all taken out. So I just wanted to put I didn't want anyone to say I did anything to the one that I was putting in my motion. But can I inquire about that? Because just so the court understands, in this discovery dump 1 to 2, that's where this picture is, to my understanding. I know it's there. It may be other places. And it just says, it's a folder, it says social media, and then there's a bunch of pictures. I don't know at this point, unless I missed it, I don't know who hovered over what picture, who collected this or anything like that. So I'm just trying to understand who's going to authenticate how this was collected and what date it was and how they hovered over the picture.
Have we gotten to the production of that information yet?
Your Honor, we have that in, we've turned over, actually they turned over attorney work product. So that information is contained within a report that was authored by, I believe, Mr. Sprinkle in our office. So and that actual picture is addressed directly.
Okay.
So in as much as we turn that report over.
All right. Sounds like it's Mr. Sprinkle.
He's one of the people who addresses that report, that social media posting, and what is contained and what it shows.
The person who collected this photo and hovered, or is he just making reports saying, I've got a pile of papers that are in a file and one of them happens to be a picture of Mr. Stillwell?
The way that we got the photo or knowledge that we should be looking there is from one of the investigators, the gang investigator, Gaither, who was working on the case, looking through social media files. Mr. Sprinkle, as I understand his report and as I understand my conversations with him, and I will make certain that what I'm saying is absolutely correct. Mr. Sprinkle addresses in his report this social media posting, and then he talks about the date that it was posted. My memory is that he talks about the popping out, but I have to look at that. But I know that it is definitely Mike Sprinkle and Investigator Gaither that, and as with the rest of them, he addresses quite a number of social media postings, both he and other investigators that have worked on the case.
All right. All right, so at least we've got that answered. Or not.
It's been answered respectfully, Your Honor, but I guess this is just my way of saying this evidence did show up in their list of exhibits that they plan to introduce in the near future, and I am flagging my objection for the reasons I stated, and I guess we'll see how things
Okay, well,
transpire.
I mean, sounds like a maybe authentication objection, maybe.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so you're going to be put to the task of establishing that. Okay. How far away is the Mondo board? Okay, so Mr. Steele had brought a challenge to, and I may be misstating this, but I think to including, for the jury's consideration, I guess, overt acts that occurred prior in time to the RICO statute. Is that right? Or is it not? It could be not right.
I think it's right.
Okay.
For verdict. So the example that, the obvious example that I use in my mind is there's 191 overt acts.
Right.
and let's say overt act, the rental of the Infinity happens on January 7th of 2015. That's the only overt act that's proven. Every other 190 are not proven. There would not be a conspiracy because the overt act is not within 5 years. So my point is, I understand that the conspiracy allegedly continues, and the state of Georgia can put in, if the court permits, different examples of predicate acts and overt acts.
And do you agree that they can put in for consideration overt acts that occurred further back in time than the 5 years?
Yes, the case law says
Okay.
that that's
So
appropriate.
is your argument just that unless at least one of the overt acts that the jury finds, I'm going to have to start over because I can't remember how I started that. Unless at least one of them is within that 5-year statute, then they can't be convicted. That's your argument. Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, I think y'all agree with that. That it didn't sound like, that isn't what I understood your argument to be before, but if that's what your argument is, then yes, I agree. That appears to be the law.
So I'm not hearing that he's asking that 190, that there's a form for that includes 190 overt acts on the verdict form, because, and this is the reason I'm asking about that, because any relevant information or evidence that is permitted at trial that constitutes an overt act. The overt act does not have to be alleged on the indictment, and we certainly don't, that list that is contained within count 1 has never been represented as an exhaustive list of overt acts. And the overt acts that we introduce at trial don't have to be included in count 1. And if the jury finds, I mean, I understand what Mr. Steele is saying, and I'm not arguing with that last summation that the court gave. But my point is that I understood him to be saying something akin to, I want a special verdict form that includes the overt acts that are listed on the indictment. And I want them to say if they found this one, this one, this one. And if the ones that they find occurred prior to 5 years before the indictment, then they cannot find the defendant guilty of that count 1.
If only the ones they find occurred more than 5 years prior.
Right. That's
then
what
they
I
can't
understood
find
him to
them
be
guilty.
saying. Yes. So
we're all on the same page then.
So as long as we're not talking about listing out the 191, because
we might be talking about listing out the 191, because how can I know whether they found one within the statute unless they say yes or no as to each of them?
Well, they could state, they don't have to, the reason that I would object to putting 191 is that it would limit them to consideration of 191. And if evidence of one that happened, for instance, during the course of this trial is not on the indictment.
It's not. And they can, I mean, we haven't gotten to that, but I would think they can consider that potentially. But if the only thing they find is an overt act is something that occurred post-indictment in the jail, and that's the only thing they find, they can't be convicted because you haven't indicted them for that.
Oh, Your Honor, yes, you can, and I will get that case law for the court.
Okay, well,
but
I'll
definitely
be interested in seeing how they can get convicted of something they weren't indicted for, but okay. I have so much exciting case law to look forward to.
Yes, Your Honor, the court does. They were indicted for conspiracy to commit, to violate the Georgia Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The overt act, that's count 1. The overt acts that are listed in the indictment it's
said, okay, they were indicted for conspiracy and?
For
A and B?
No, they were indicted for conspiracy.
Okay.
And so all the jury needs to find, after they find that there's an enterprise, that there's conspiracy, that people participated in it, only one person has to commit one overt act for the jury to find them guilty of count one. And not by them, I mean all of the
Right.
people that they
As long as
determined
they
were part of
all
the
in the
enterprise.
conspiracy.
Right. So if they find and believe that during the course of this trial, an act that is considered that can constitute an overt act was committed by either one of the defendants, then they have what the law requires to convict each of the defendants that they find participated in or conducted this conspiracy guilty of count one. So the notion that you enumerate 1 through 191 overt acts, and that you limit the jury's consideration to whether or not the overt act that they find the one person committed is within these 191 acts is not an accurate statement.
All right, well,
of
give me the law on that. That really wasn't what I was trying to address anyway. What I was trying, but I mean, obviously we're gonna have to deal with that as well. What I was trying to figure out is whether Mr. Steele was arguing that if it was outside of the 5-year statute, those overt acts either couldn't be considered, which he's not arguing, or couldn't be found, which he's also not arguing. He's just arguing they can't be convicted unless at least one of them is within the statute, which we all agree to.
That's all he's
Okay.
arguing, then I don't have.
That's all he's arguing, but I'm gonna need to know, because you're gonna be arguing against that kind of a jury verdict. And that they could find an overt act that occurred subsequent to the indictment and is therefore not contained within the indictment could form the sole basis for them being found guilty. And I'm going to need to know the law on that.
And to be clear, just to make sure that the court understands my position, not just that happened since the indictment. If there's an overt act that's not listed on the indictment that they find did occur, even if it happened pre-indictment,
Okay.
because we did not and do not have to include all of the overt acts committed in furtherance of this conspiracy. So that's the reason I would object to that.
You don't have to object to it. I'm not making a decision right now. I'm just saying I'm going to need the law on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That an overt act not listed at all can be the sole basis for the conviction.
Assuming all the other elements are met, yes. That
Okay.
overt act.
All right.
Yes.
And then I'll find on your Bruton thing, on your Bruton assertions, have you been able to get with the state to see if y'all can work out something redacted?
No, I was going to put it in writing first.
And then
and
get with them? Okay, that's fine.
Well, I wasn't going to get with them, but
Get with someone from the state?
yes.
That's fine. I'm not gonna order you to get with Miss Love on anything.
You know, I
'cause-
have an interesting issue on it. If I can just
I know, but he minds getting with you, so.
make a statement, if it'll be in the motion,
Okay,
but I find it interesting. So Bruton and then the newest Supreme Court precedent, all this will be in the motion for everyone to see, but as just discussed, the RICO conspiracy in count one, I can't find a case yet, Your Honor. I will try to make it over the weekend. As soon as I get it, I'll send it to everyone. If I
Okay.
don't have it, though, I invite everybody. But it's the RICO conspiracy, and the Bruton then is not just like I eliminate everything with Mr. Williams that Mr. Kendrick said. Anything inculpatory about Mr. Williams, I assume I can't cross-examine Mr. Kendrick, so I put that down the timestamp. I did the same for Mr. Stillwell. We did it together. So it's coming just easy for one motion. But he talks about Mr. Copeland, Mr. Arnold. All these people are supposed co-conspirators.
Right.
Well, according to the law of RICO, I assume, conspiracy, then Mr. Williams could be cleared of everything, but if he's found part of the conspiracy, then the act of Mr. Copeland is a act of Mr. Williams. So I'm having a struggle here I don't want to, and I put it in here, I don't want to limit my redaction to just Mr. Williams, which I typically would do.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to highlight that.
Okay, well, that'll also be interesting. And that actually is an interesting issue. I'm not being facetious about that, which I kind of was about some of the other ones. Okay, well, to the extent that any of y'all can get your filings made, not that I want to spend my weekend reading it, but I'd rather be prepared for court on Monday than not. So if you get it done before, the middle of the night on Sunday night, please file it and get it to Miss Hurstfield so that she can get it to me so that I can start reading and digesting and considering it. So I like to be prepared. Okay, so where's the Mondo board?
Your Honor, that's what we're getting, and I keep
Okay.
pausing to.
No, I didn't know you had to be the one in charge of
Well,
getting it. I hope somebody else is wheeling it over.
Someone else is securing it for me.
All right. All right. So y'all always come up with new things. Is there anything new that we need to talk about in our time that we unexpectedly have this afternoon?
Issue, and I've thought about this recently, and it's going to come up, I believe, and that is previously in this trial, individuals who have pled, their plea agreements have been coming into evidence.
Right.
That was over objection.
Mhm.
I'm not sure why that was happening. I don't believe that's proper. And I've got to research it some
So
more.
you raised that a little bit before, and I thought I had basically said there's going to have to be a reason that something from the plea agreement becomes relevant. Like they're now saying that was not a voluntary plea, and then we could go through that.
Okay.
Are there other?
Well,
I mean, no, they should not wholesale. Are you talking about the transcript of the whole colloquy and everything, or the fact that they pled the conviction?
No, I'm not articulating well. The state, when they had each of these gentlemen plead guilty, they presented them with a plea agreement which had certain terms and also certain acknowledgements.
Oh, like their deal.
Their deal, but then they also, it lists certain factual acknowledgements that they acknowledge as true, and they initial them.
Sure.
And all this was prepared by the state and then initialed by the accused who pled guilty.
All right, and they were all counseled, right?
And they were all counseled.
Okay.
And those were previously Mr. Murphy, Mr. Walter Murphy. There's been others have testified after entering a plea, and those have come in. Trontavious Stevens? Trontavious Stevens was another one. And their plea agreements are actually in evidence. Mr. Sledge has a plea agreement with these factual acknowledgements. I don't believe, there's two things. Just wholesale, I don't believe it's appropriate that those agreements prepared by the state and initialed by the defendants would necessarily come into evidence. It seems to me it would be the same as a police report coming into evidence. You got live testimony. Why would a written document that summarizes the live testimony come into evidence? So that would be A. But then also, specifically with Mr. Sledge, there's one acknowledgement that he makes, which I don't have it right in front of me, but I'm summarizing. He essentially says either he believes or he has knowledge that people associated with the YSL are responsible for the killing of Donovan Thomas. My understanding is that is not based on anything other than hearsay and what he's heard, as opposed to being a witness or hearing anyone confess to it. That's my understanding from working hard on this case and interviewing witnesses. So I would object if these acknowledgements, if we let the acknowledgements in, if we do that, I would object to I would ask that anything be redacted that's not based on firsthand knowledge, because that's just an end around to hearsay.
Unless he's a co-conspirator and it comes in under the co-conspirator exception.
I'll just put it like this. I have no reason to believe that he
That
received
it
any
would make
co-conspirator
that.
statements, and I have no reason to believe he has firsthand knowledge.
Okay.
So 2 things, Your Honor, regarding the comparison of the plea agreements to a police report, I would believe is inaccurate. We consistently, if I were to compare it to anything that would be more applicable, it would seem to be a certified, perhaps copy of a conviction along with a transcript of the plea colloquy. In this particular case, the defendants that have pled have, with the advice of counsel and with the benefit of telling the state what they don't understand, having the state actually go through and change things as we have had to do on that factual acknowledgement form so that it is completely accurate. The defendants who've pled are now in a position to either say what they've acknowledged previously under oath on the stand or be impeached by it. And that partly is part of the reason that we've had to introduce
Is
those.
that the way they've been coming in, as prior inconsistent statements or evidence of prior inconsistent statements?
Right. So what we have done generally is we have asked them questions that pertain to maybe 1 or 2. Like we're going down the list of questions. And all of a sudden our memory gets fuzzy.
Right.
And all of a sudden we don't know that 3 means not you. It means 3 different people. And so at that point where we see that, you know, a person is attempting to conceal information, we bring out the plea colloquy and we ask them to read.
Okay, so you give it to them to offer to refresh their recollection?
No, Your Honor, we believe that that plea colloquy is admissible evidence. It is relevant evidence. There's nothing under 403 that would permit its exclusion. So we offer the the factual acknowledgments that are a part of the plea agreement that they have signed as substantive evidence, as tangible, as evidence in this case.
Okay, I think it could be substantive evidence if they basically
get amnesia,
disavow all of those things. But if there are 11, say, factual acknowledgments that they've made and they disavow one of them, then the whole thing shouldn't come in necessarily. And it sounds like maybe that's what you've been doing.
No,
I don't know.
That's not what we've been doing. Just have them disavow one. What has been happening is insinuations that I wasn't exactly clear. I didn't know what I was reading. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't understand the meaning of the word is. Things like that have been made on the stand under oath by the defendants who've pled. And
did y'all take down and record or transcribe or in any way memorialize the back and forth that led to each of these, where they were able to say, I don't understand this, if they didn't understand something?
In some instances, they were actually captured on camera, and not in all instances, but their lawyer was present, and the lawyer served as the go-between to say to us, and we could have, you know, if counsel for any of them needed to come in and proffer as officers of the court how that took place outside of the presence of the jury, we could do that. But in each case, the lawyers, every one of them, have come back and said, he doesn't agree to this, he agrees to this. So that occurred. And again, as in some instances on camera, where we were reading through the factual acknowledgments, or we were reading through the plea agreement as it was being taken, we've been stopped by the defendant at the table.
So I would think that if they are now saying, I didn't understand it, and you have something that shows that they had every opportunity to ask questions, get clarification, and then they, after that, go ahead and sign it, that's the way you impeach their statement on the stand that they don't understand it.
Judge, I am not representing to this court that the only basis for our tendering that exhibit is the fact that they said they didn't understand it. That was one piece of the basis for us tendering those exhibits.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What has happened is that we have had an asserted confusion about what certain acknowledgments meant. There have been insinuations that they have felt pressured, they didn't have enough time, they didn't really know what all they were agreeing to, and we've had cross-examination questions, particularly, did you write this out? Did you put this language in here? These are not your words. And in order to undermine the witnesses' understanding of what they were acknowledging before the jury. And in reality, one, the acknowledgments themselves are a contradiction to this idea that I didn't really make that acknowledgement. However it is that they imply that, it's a contradiction because their initials are right next to it.
Okay.
And as we went through the factual acknowledgments, sometimes on camera, I would ask, is this your initial? Did you understand this? And so forth and so on. So not only is the videotaped version of them being asked, did you understand and do you agree, evidence, and that is relevant and admissible, but the document itself is also very relevant, very admissible, and there's nothing under 403 that we believe would permit its exclusion.
All right, I didn't understand it to be a 403 objection anyway.
Whatever my point only is that to my knowledge at this point, I don't see any reason for excluding, especially not the ones that we've done. The ones that we haven't done.
I'm not going to go unadmit them. I mean, those are done.
I didn't mean to imply that was what was happening. What I'm saying is that when we tender that exhibit, we have a basis for doing so, and we have a basis for believing it is at that moment admissible. If the court sees something differently, then I expect a different ruling. But as to the assertion by counsel for Mr. Stillwell that they are not admissible, he doesn't think that they're right, they tantamount to a police report, we believe that that is not correct.
I mean, I agree with you on that. Now, there seemed to be some indication from this side of the room while Ms. Love was speaking that either those were not, that it was not coming in as a prior inconsistent statement, or that there was something else I needed to know. I mean, obviously, if it is a prior inconsistent statement and they have established that, then I would think it can come in on that basis.
They were just being admitted as the course of how we're doing things at trial. There was no, to my recollection, no, didn't you sign this on this date? Didn't you say this? It was just kind of, and this is your plea agreement. We're admitting that into evidence.
All right.
Objection,
well,
and then
over objection, if that's the only basis, then I would have to sustain the objection. But obviously, if you sufficiently establish that it's going to be a prior inconsistent statement, then it will be able to come in as substantive evidence. And maybe y'all want to give me Mr. Sledge's beforehand so I can be familiar with it, since it sounds like this might arise as an issue. But
this is my concern specifically, Your Honor. Number 8, and we can certainly provide a copy, Your Honor. Says number 8 on the factual acknowledgments that Mr. Sledge initialed. Defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates committed the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. on behalf of YSL. Okay, I didn't write this. The state wrote this, and Mr. Sledge initialed it. Defendant personally knows. If he personally saw Mr. Stillwell do anything, it should say Mr. Stillwell said it and I saw it. If he personally saw some other person do something, it should say that. But defendant personally knows that one or more YSL associates. I don't know what personally knows means, but based on my preparation for this case, that personally knows, he personally knows YSL individuals, alleged individuals on this case were arrested for it.
Right.
But
all right, I think I understand what you're saying. So I mean, that one does seem like that might be a bit of an issue unless you have a factual basis that you can share either now or at the necessary time to establish that.
Judge, not
So that would be an issue. Our position is that would be an issue for Mr. Sharp to cross him on. We spoke with Mr. For instance, Mr. Sledge, through his attorney extensively. If he didn't understand the meaning of personally knows, they literally they corrected areas that were inaccurate. Mr. Counsel for Mr. Stillwell may now say his investigation has shown something contrary to what they put their initials next to on that piece of paper. Our position is he can cross them and he can present it. But the evidence that we have is that this person stated prior to making and entering a plea agreement, he personally knows.
Okay, so I mean, if they have a basis to believe it, because that's what Mr. Sledge told them, then you need to ask him that before you get a document in that he signed that says that, and have him say, nope, I never said that.
That is exactly what, number one, that's what we've been doing. We've asked, did you know, blah, 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 blah. And the court has access to all of these recordings. They're all out there in the universe. So the court can see the previous testimony that has been given at trial. And
Well, I don't know if it's all been transcribed yet.
No, I'm saying on video. That camera's been rolling since this trial started. So the actual how it was tendered, I don't even think it automatically shows on black and white.
All right, I'm not going to worry about how other things might have come in the past. I'm just going to take it from here on the things that I'm going to need to rule on. And I think I have given you the parameters under which they would come in, which are essentially the rules of evidence in Georgia.
That's exactly.
Okay. All right. Let's try out Armando board. Thank you.
And we're going to turn on Zoom so that we can make sure everybody's seeing pictures.
And so would the video show on this as well, or?
Yes, so what we're going to do is have it playing on Zoom.
Okay.
And having the output being the speakers to the Mondo board.
Okay. That sounds like it might potentially work. And honestly, if all we're going to do at this point is test equipment, we can just adjourn for the day. Is there anything else that we need to or can do before we just go to testing of the equipment? No? Okay. I mean, all right. We're adjourned. Y'all are welcome to hang around and see what you think about the equipment. I think that would be a good idea, but what is this? This is my copy of it. Joy.
All right. That was good at the end, wasn't it, Amy? I think this judge is over it. I think she is on to them. I mean, we've been saying that since the beginning, but girl, I am looking to see how next week and these arguments are going to go. I'll be here. I don't think they're starting until 12. So I will probably start. And I think they're doing like half days. And they don't really take long lunch breaks. But when they're out of court, she may even make them work through lunch. I don't know. But I'll start at about 1:30. They should be well into it by then. And we definitely should get past. Well, we won't get past lunch. Between 1:30 and 2, something like that. It was very interesting, wasn't it? I learned some stuff too. Especially this part about them, excuse me, them introducing those pleas as evidence, like it just seemed like there's no level to the state's trickery. That Miranda right person, they didn't find that. So there may be one that gets off. And if there is, I think that everything that they're kind of looping him in on, that would go out too. That's what I'm thinking. And if they get into these plea deals and some trickery with that, those guys that did plea deals may get off. So it's just a lot with this case. And it's looking like the state has just messed up left and right. But I think my favorite part is when she's being a smart pants. I absolutely love it. And when she checked them so calmly and put them in their place. So I'm interested to see how it goes next week. All right, girl. We get out at 5, really 5 today, just kind of right on time. So I love this kind of starting late thing. I appreciate you so much. Do you have any more comments before we wrap up? Maybe not. I mean, I put some things together over the weekend, kind of like a recap thing. I need to post something on the other channel. So I'm eating my beans and rice. I made some black eyed peas while we were waiting, while I was doing this. I'm eating my dinner. But I appreciate you. See you Monday. Oh, you're going to watch the non-trial days, the non-jury days. Oh, that's going to be fun. Yay, I'm glad because they get into some heated arguments in there. Okay. So I will see you Monday and you have a great weekend too. I so appreciate you. This was fun. I'll see you Monday, girl. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.